Good morning, it's 8:30. We're here with the prosecutor's office for our weekly update.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll need to do an executive session with Carl.
Litigation.
Litigation.
How long do you think we'll need?
Carl, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? What do you think?
Yeah, 10 minutes tops.
Okay, so we'll go into executive session from 8:30 to 8:40 for litigation, RCW 42-30-110, 1I.
Okay, folks, executive session is over.
I'm happy to explain further if you want, just a few minutes in executive session, but if not, then we can move on.
We want to move on, or,
Let's extend it.
okay, so we're gonna go, from 8:41 to 8:45, again, litigation. RCW 42311019.
Okay, until 8:45.
Just doing these new people. Okay, are we in? There's no problem, we're in. And it looks like we are out of executive session.
Okay.
That is all I had for today. Do you have anything else?
No.
Do the commissioners have anything they would like to chat about?
Yeah, I had a question last week for you. Now I can't remember what it was. From last week to this week. I'll think about it for next week. I think that's it. Danny, do you have anything? Rob?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Um, so I'm sorry about my voice again today. But last week we had a hearing and passed a budget clarifying a 2.8% COLA. And then we found out after the fact that it was actually 2.59. I'd like to understand any legal ramifications of us changing that number. Do we have to have another hearing? Can we just say, sorry, made a mistake, this is what the number is? I mean, can you give us any advice?
So I guess trying to understand first.
Just a minute. Was this a discussion we had in executive session? Rob, do you recall?
I don't know, Dakar sent an email to Mandy that lists
Okay.
it all, so
Okay.
it's all public. I can forward that to Rebecca.
So was the 2.8 in the budget documents you passed?
Well, it was actually the 3.0, but we recommended when we passed it, the 2.8.
Right.
Because that's a number. What happened is we had some numbers.
The COLA calculations are different.
And we, instead of looking at the cities, there's kind of like a subset of that we needed to look at, and we did. So we did announce that it was the 2.8.
So you announced it was 2.8, the budget documents ready, so there's nothing in the public that's 2.5, whatever you said?
Correct.
Yeah,
We just found this out yesterday.
I think there would have to be another public hearing.
Seems reasonable.
I mean, I haven't looked into it, but
Okay.
if you doing something different than you announced in a public hearing, you think you would have to amend it in a public hearing?
Did we announce the COLA?
Yes, we did.
It was
Because
part
there-
of my motion. It was part of my motion in the public hearing.
So we'd have to advertise for 2 weeks and adopt if we move forward on that. Okay. Possibly. More to come, okay?
Yeah, that's gonna be popular.
We will visit with HR today on our update and figure out what our next steps are. Okay, anything else? Well, 8:48, you guys are free to go. We are in recess until 9 o'clock. We'll meet with the museum for Good morning, it is 9 o'clock. We are here with John from the Grant County Museum for the 2024 budget extension. And Mandy from our accounting team upstairs. So welcome, John. I think the reason for our meeting, we have a kind of a shortage of funds for the 2024 budget year. So do you have the number that you're,
Well, I originally asked for 185. And reason for that is, I think we discussed it that day on the phone about the trustees help, you know, we were so fortunate to have that. I mean, I just can't believe. So now that was, I would say, quite a bit of it for the increase and our over budget this last year a little bit. But with that being said, we also went through and cleaned up a lot of things that I think we had mentioned that it just had to be done. I mean, we were so far behind on a lot of that. It just wasn't, we couldn't work around it, you know, it was just time to fix it. It was just time. But I will take full responsibility. I was the one that made the decision on that. I was thinking I could stay within the budget a little closer. I did speak to a couple people that here in the courthouse, but I didn't, about that extra funding, and that, well, I wasn't told, but it was mentioned that maybe we could get some help to, you know, finish the year, which I hope we can, but anyway, it's all done. Everything's cleaned up.
so what did you end up doing? Scanning or the extra work? Was
we
that-
went through all the files. I mean, that was just packed in there. I mean, just files, file cabinet. There's gotta be 20, 30 file cabinets. They were just full packed with stuff that went back to the 70s, you know, like receipts from coast to coast for masking tape and that kind of stuff, you know, it's just old magazines that evidently we had, we're getting magazine subscriptions from several other museums around the area in the state that were just stacked, piled in there for years. And the accessioning was way behind, I mean, that trailer house, the downstairs, we even started using some storage in the livery stable that was so full. I mean, just nothing had been, I hate to talk about that, but.
No, I was just, the reason I'm
It wasn't maintained, it just wasn't.
asking if it was a historical, because if they were scanned in, but if it's more of just cleaning and
Yes,
de-chunking and
That's
then.
what a lot of it was,
Okay.
except for the accessioning. That, we did, it's all cleaned up, we're done. I mean, the trailer house is empty. The downstairs, we're working on some stuff. Back to this, well, today we were going through some more of a lot of it wasn't done, you know, like I found one yesterday, it said, had the lady's name on there from Othello. Donation 5 paperback books. Well, I don't know what that is. I mean, how are you gonna find it, you know, and so how are we gonna finish it? We can't. So another one, a lot of that stuff, we're just putting in a different file for now and just setting it aside, and when we open, we'll go through that kind of stuff when we get time after we're open, but we're all cleaned up, we're ready. I mean, there's nothing other than maintaining the boardwalk and the buildings, we're in good shape. So we got it all done, so but yeah, that, you know, cleaning up the files and all that stuff, we were putting stuff in cardboard boxes and, because everything was so full, and so it just wasn't workable, you know, so anyway, we're done. It looks good in there, I think, and we're redoing some of the displays in the buildings and cleaning up and moving stuff around a little bit. But I've cut back this year already, starting 1st of November. I took a day off the work schedule. I think you had brought that up in the last meeting, and I cut an hour off of everybody for the day. And then I think after we open, I think we can, I don't know what number you know, you're gonna give me today, but whatever that is, we'll find a way to do it somehow.
Okay, we did adopt the budget last Tuesday for the 2025, but yeah, we're not, when we adopt 2025, it doesn't account for anything in 2024 because, and I think maybe what happened is we had some new expenses for 2025, but they, like the payroll increases started in 2024, which skewed the museum budget, kind of started off
Right.
probably a
Yeah.
little. Do you have the budget right there for the museum,
For 2024,
2025?
2025, yes. It was 175,000. And so altogether in 2024, they were shorted about $20,000 in revenues because of the payroll expenses that were technically from 2023 that you paid in 2024, and then they lost their LTAC funding for not submitting their application.
Okay, so what is the shortfall for 2024 to finish out your year?
Well, I got the budget numbers here. Mike, give me we've got we got 16,291 in our account right now. And we're gonna be just a little bit short. I think our payroll is gonna be about 11,000 maybe a little less, about 10,500 for the month of December. And then we got Social Security and
Those
IRS
won't be
to pay
due
on that.
until, Social Security and those taxes should not be due until the end of January.
Well, the Social Security, we pay on payday, same day, and the IRS is due the 31st, but the reason we do that is because Mike only comes and writes checks on the 10th and the 20th.
Okay,
So we're gonna be late if we wait till January.
okay,
So that's why we're always like a month ahead on the IRS. And that's gonna be like 4,200, 4,287 total, plus payroll.
so you've got 16 in your account and you've got about 12 for payroll and,
Yeah. 10, I figured roughly about 10,500 for payroll. Plus, say 4,300. And as of, Mike dropped this off last Friday and, we're at 16,291. Here's a copy of that if you want to see that.
So John, I've never claimed to be a math major, and I'm apologize for not being there and for my voice today.
Okay,
Sounds like you got enough in your account to take care of the rest of the year then.
it's gonna be real close, yes,
okay,
it's gonna be real close. I think we're
Our
good.
suggestion was that if you were shy, and obviously this wasn't our mistake, this was a mistake you guys did of starting a pay increase before the end of 2023 when it should have started in the first of 2024. But our thoughts were, we saw that you had some investment CDs that you could probably withdraw one or something to get yourself covered, and then we move forward with 2025.
Yes.
That was the suggestion that I was making, and the board seemed to be in favor of that as well. If that's a need, is that possible? How fast can you get any money out of one of those CDs?
That would be a question for Mike, but I could sure follow up on it. I'm not sure, but I think we're gonna be okay, Danny. I think,
Yeah, that's great. It's great to hear. I think you had about 110,000 in CDs, so it seems like you can cover with some of that if you need to.
Yeah, 112. Yeah. And then we borrowed 8,400, last quarter or last month in case, but we never did. We didn't use it, so Mike put that back. So that's why that number came down quite a bit. There was like, 25,000 in there, then he paid that 8,000 back, put it back in the savings. So we didn't use it, so.
You borrowed it from where?
Our savings.
I see.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yes. But I don't see us having a problem with finishing the year or this year. I got all the numbers ready, so I'm thinking, you know, they're pretty accurate. I don't know. With the taxes, I actually figured everything out, you know, with social security and everything, so it's, the numbers are right. I didn't estimate any of that. So 175. Is that what you,
Yes.
is that, how about supplies and the rest of that? Where is that at? Is that any, do we get any help there? I think I asked for 2,500. We used 2,000 last year.
So you're really only getting 120,165 because 54,835 of that 175 is for your insurance.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we're at 120.
Yeah, so here's what it looks like. So, and it's just professional services. There's no additional repair, maintenance, or operating supplies.
Well, we're gonna have to do some more cutting, cause I can't. My number, I came up with 136.
Okay, and I know you gave me a different number. I brought it back to the board and we did not, it was not changed. It remained at the.
Well, yeah. And that's, I cut back quite a bit on hours and the days.
Well, John, and there might be a possibility on the insurance. There was, I believe Shane Heston was the one, and maybe Tom Gaines, that went through your insurance and removed a lot of the buildings. So your insurance rate may be, who would have that breakdown? Would it be Shane? Let me email Shane right now and see, because it may be, since a lot of those buildings were removed, I think like most of them. It could be less.
Yeah, like, last year, total year, I scheduled 2,100 hours, 2,145. That's what we had last year. This year I cut it down to 1,569. And that's, closing on Tuesday now. And then I cut an hour from everybody. Rather than doing 9 to 5, I went 10 to 5 to save some more hours. So I'm kind of down to 4.5 people, and that's, payroll runs around between 10 and 12,000 for the year. So I cut it back. But, you know, the Social Security and IRS, you know, we all, you know, that's a part of that payroll number, but we get it reimbursed, but I guess my next question, is there any help that we can get on, like filing the L&I and workman's comp and,
Okay, like doing the payroll, having the payroll go through the county instead of,
yeah.
that would be a really good question for Mandy since she's over that department.
I don't know what your workload is. I'm sure it's,
Do we do payroll for others?
well, yeah,
For special districts.
I submit everything
Okay.
to Mandy.
And
then-
you submitted to,
Not his monthly pay, he gets reimbursed for
Okay.
his, but they're processing their payroll.
But I
and
do
doing their stuff.
all of it. I do the L&I, the workman's comp, all of it, CARES. And it takes a lot out of my job as maintaining the village, you know, and then our system isn't what I would call, I'm no computer expert by any means, but I've been told that it just not, it
So-
takes us a long time. I mean, it's just so slow, and then you ask for help, which we have to, because we only do it, you know, every 3 months on some of that stuff, and I forget a lot of it. So we call for help, and you're on the phone for 2 hours waiting to get somebody to help you. It's just a thought. I don't know. It would sure help if it's possible. The only thing I would like to keep there is the payroll and the scheduling, because I know what needs to be done and, you know, the hours that I have available and that kind of stuff, but I don't.
as far as actually doing the payroll, you would like accounting to do it?
The what?
As far as payroll, you would like accounting or the
No, I
county?
can, I would like to just keep the payroll part of it, you know,
Okay.
the hours and figure the payroll. But after that, that's what comes in, you know, the workman's comp's gotta be filed and the L&I, family, what's this for?
I don't know, like all
Cares.
the quarterly reports that you
Yes.
have to do.
Yes.
We could talk about it and
Okay.
see how
You
feasible
can't
that is.
separate those two functions,
Yeah, I would think
though.
that you either you're due payroll or you don't, because once it's in the system, you have all the information, so it's hard to not do payroll. I mean, to me, it would be difficult.
Okay.
It would be, but if he provided all the information, we could help him figure out the forms.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, it depends on how much control he wants us to have.
Well,
talk about it.
isn't he, I'm sorry to interrupt, but, they're not county employees, they're actually employees of the, Historical Society, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Yep.
So it would be kind of awkward for us to actually fill out and send in. I mean, it'd be kind of a merciful act out of our accounting if they helped you with the forms. I think that's kind of up to them, but we can't file that stuff for you because it's a different organization, right, Mandy? I mean, am I?
Yeah, we wouldn't be the filers, we would just assist them in reports. They would be responsible for actually filing. I
Yeah.
was, he wants help with, cause it's hard for him to remember every month
Yeah.
what he's gotta do.
Yeah. If that's
What kind of time we talking about, Mandy? What do you think for 5 employees or 4.5 quarterly report? I mean, John's asking for some help. You mentioned we could talk about it. What kind of time do you think that would take?
I mean, 5 employees, it really shouldn't be that much work to help prepare the quarterly reports if he has all the data readily available. What system are you using now for the payroll? Are you using QuickBooks or are you using QuickBooks?
I think so.
So some QuickBooks,
I just started that actually because Patty was doing it all, you know, the old way, writing everything down. And so,
Mandy, can we leave that decision in your hands and you discuss it with John?
yes.
yeah, why don't we do that? And then we'll get together and see what you think and maybe you can help us, in, you know, just, the fact that I had late fees, I forgot L&I this quarter.
So I can
that
get
kind of
you
stuff is,
tools, checklists, things to do, help you
There
prepare
you go.
instructions for what you need to do. And I can help you get rid of those fees. The L&I will waive them,
okay. Yeah, that's, she said she would. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
So,
That would be a great help. That would
Yes.
be really, really a great help.
yes, we'll get together and I can help you
Okay.
with those things.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Getting back to that budget, I don't know. That's really gonna be rough. I don't know if we can do that. Well, we're gonna have to.
Last time you were in, John, you mentioned that you were looking at some grants. Have you made
Yeah.
any progress on applying for those or
Yes, we're,
might be
I'm right.
available?
I applied for the Parks and Recs one, and that's gonna, he didn't seem to think it'd be, but we can't use that for any, anything other than what I'm requesting the money for. That I requested for ad money, you know, to run our ads. Cause like with that budget, we won't be able to run any advertising at all. We're gonna have to just not do it, you know, the radio and newspaper, all the magazines in the campgrounds. All that is a big part of what we do. I think last year I spent close to 12,000 in ads, you know, newspapers, magazines, radio, and that kind of stuff. So, so that's what I asked for that. I asked for 12,800. I think last year on our budget, you give us 12,000, I think, for advertising, if I remember right. But we got to use a little bit of that.
I would show on there what you had last year for advertising.
Yeah. Yeah, 11.
But the 11,000 marked your LTAC funds.
Yes.
So to get that category in 25, you just need to make sure you apply for them.
Yeah, but in talking to Zach down there at Parks and Rec, he didn't think it'd be a problem. He said, I think this is gonna work out pretty good. Just make sure you get me all the information. So that looks good. And then I also contacted the Lozier Foundation down the street here. They won't help us with payroll or utilities or that kind of stuff. It all has to be, well, you know what I really want? I think I mentioned it to you, Cindy, is that reader board. That would be such a help. We got such a good location there. It's right at, I mean, people drive by there all day, you know, and it's just, we're not getting any help from that. And I think we can do better than that. I contacted a couple people about the signage and they're gonna send me some information as far as price, but it's looking between 15,000 and 20,000 to put one of those up.
Well, and LTAC can help you if you put an LTAC grant in. It's not just for advertising, but they can help if you put an application.
Yes, that would be a part of it. And then, but like the Lozier Foundation, that's what it's gonna have to be. I gotta specify what it's for. And like I said, there's no utilities or labor or maintenance on the buildings. It has to be like I requested, something like that to help there's one other area. I got all their numbers last week. I'm gonna drive over to Quincy and talk to Google and all them big outfits back there. I got names for everybody from the chamber last week, who to talk to. I called a couple of them yesterday. They're gonna get back to me sometime this week to make appointments, and I'd like to see if we can get some help from them. But right now, that's about it, those three. And two of them sound really good.
Okay, and there's, I think we needed to ask, I don't believe we have, there's a church close by that would like to rent or purchase some of the property for a parking lot. Danny, you have the information, you wanna jump in?
Oh, is that what that was for? There was something out of Quincy. What was that about, the Quincy?
Danny?
No, John, the church that's right next to you
Yes.
would like to have the elbow part of that fenced property to expand and to have more parking.
Oh,
And they came to us several months ago, and we needed to talk to you about the lease because, you know, you guys are leasing that property, and to just tell you that that's kind of mulling around in the commissioner's mind about the possibility of changing the lease and just taking that elbow off, because I'm sure you don't use that whole parking area, you know, hardly
No.
ever.
no,
And I think
That's-
that your people could park in the church parking lot if you did run out of parking for some crazy reason, you know.
Yeah.
You do have some equipment that is displayed in part of that elbow, and it would probably have to be moved along the new fence line. But it takes a short plat, and we have to put it out on bid. But if the BOCC decided to move in that direction, we just wanted you to know that we would have to change the lease to just the lease for how much you're leasing there.
Mhm.
You know how
Yeah,
that.
That's doable. Well, there's a lot of room there. We don't use,
Okay, because
for Pioneer Day and the other ceremony that we have in May. We fill maybe a quarter of it, maybe, but we don't
Yeah.
use that back part at all.
we're thinking
So-
that property line that runs perpendicular to the main street of Ephrata, that property line, the fence line goes back and elbows to the south. We would just go straight across there to the
Oh,
back street.
yeah. Yeah, I think that's
So,
doable. Yeah, I don't,
We wanted to mention that to you and let you know that that's being considered. And,
okay.
and check and see if it's okay to change the lease on that.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's a problem.
Okay, great. John, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Is there anything else?
John,
Yeah.
I just want I want to say something about the CDs again. That if if you run shy on that budget for 2025, our conversation was that maybe you might have to dip in a little bit to those CDs to make up the difference. And even if it's for advertising or whatever, you've got some needs there. And we had a tight budget this year, and so we're hoping that, this doesn't bite you too bad, but we saw that you had some savings and stuff that you could uh move into a little bit and maybe use for 1 year or so. And we're not telling you that you got to use it because that's not our right, but we just noticed it was there and said, hey,
Okay, well. Yeah, I guess that's probably what we're gonna have to look into, because that advertising budget's really important, really important.
Sorry.
Well, it is 9:26.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I have an unrelated discussion about budget though.
Okay.
I wasn't sure
okay.
if we could continue on. So there was the recent COLA change from 2.8% to 2.59%. I don't know if you guys saw that. And so that's a salary savings for the 2025 budget that I haven't fully calculated yet. It was
But to hang tight on that, because we probably need to have more discussion on it, since we adopted it at the 2.8, so we're looking for legal review on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we may have to have another hearing, so.
Okay, so there was another thing brought up when Missy was looking at the budget that her capital outlay request wasn't on there. And the reason it wasn't on there was because it was the same capital outlay request from 2024. So when I saw it, and I just thought it was old information and didn't carry it forward and never got identified by anybody throughout all the weeks that we were looking at it. So her request didn't make it into the budget.
Oh, that's
How much
what
is that?
happens if you don't
50,000?
do Budget meeting.
50,000
50,000?
for 2 Wranglers?
That would be one Wrangler, so it's 100,000?
did we finalize the capital requests?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Budget.
adopted our budget, it's done, so if we do any changes, we have to have another hearing. So everything pretty much stamped in concrete.
Well, if we have to have another hearing over the 2.59, well, I guess we have an option there to do both.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions, comments?
I'll find that number for you to verify.
So when's that 120 gonna be available, like
January 1.
January 1? Okay.
We may not be open on January 1, so maybe January 2nd would be better.
You can come in, Madam Carter. Just hold down the fort.
Okay, we've got a meeting at 9:30, so.
Okay, sorry, they're working on my computer upstairs, so I can't
Okay.
directly log in, but I thought I'd be able to get to it on the OneDrive. I'll just send out that number. So just continue changing for 2.59 decrease at this time?
No, and we have to, it sounds like we have to have another hearing to do that, so we currently are at 2.8. We need further direction from our legal team as the next move, so.
But if they are able to approve it, we're going to go to the 2.59.
All right.
Okay, it is 9:29, we are in recess until 9:30.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to
What?
put us out. Right now we're on.
Oh, okay.
Cindy, did you find the par that I left for Swahil today? It was on your mailbox last week. Perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, Swahil. Good morning.
Staying warm? Yeah, today I took a different route here, so it was a lot smoother.
Do you guys kind of let us know mimosas or?
No, it's
real
just like
tea?
Other Royal City.
ice skiff.
Did royalty get a lot of snow?
No, we have like freezing fog, like just a misty,
Steve freeze.
cold mist.
Tasty.
Okay, good morning. It's 9:32. We are with Swahil to do a employee review. Because of the employee review, we will be going into executive session. I believe it's scheduled for 30 minutes. I'm not giving you.
It is.
Okay, so we will be going into executive session from 9:32 until 9:55. RCW would be job evaluation, RCW 4231.10.1G is the RCW.
Okay, until 9:55.
I'm a key engineer. Just looking at solutions long term.
Hello, it is 9:55. We are now out of executive session. We'll be going into recess until 10 a.m. and we are back with our Sand Dunes homeless camp discussion.
Good morning, it is 10 o'clock, we are here
Trash out there.
for our, we call it the Sand Dunes Homeless Camp discussion. So welcome. We have visitors today. So this was brought to our attention, I think Commissioner Jones brought it to our attention, and some other complaints. So we decided to set up a meeting on what we could do. There's some private landowners. Well, Rob, it's in your district, you wanna kind of jump in and let us know where we're at with this?
Yeah, just the homeless issue has been growing at the Sand Dunes location. Last week, Pete Jacobson came in to kind of voice the issues they're having with their dune lakes farming, basically in that area, with some RV theft, wire theft, and other vandalism that's going on. Kind of voiced just the concern. Followed up to photos I got from Rich Archer as well as Josh Knopp of showing the issues that I showed the board the week before. So we're having this meeting kind of trying to make sure we have a plan in place for what the county will do, seeing as the private property owners are pushing and trespassing those individuals out of there. So we need to have a plan on our end so they don't just move over 50 feet into county property and never leave. So kind of a cleanup planning meeting to see what we can do.
So there's been Dave, you mentioned that we could do a parks district and then we could actually control,
Rec district.
or a rec district, okay. I always think of parks and rec, sorry.
Yeah, oh yeah. Some of the advantages of that is we can establish a code and a use, basically a planned use of it. Perhaps have a permit process for winter camping, let's say. Give some teeth for the sheriff because it would be in the code. And in addition, long-term, it would allow us to go after grants and perhaps some taxing as well. And then it would be a new fund. So then there could be money to get things done that are out there. And I know that DNR is now coming at us and asking us if we want to take some more of the land. I don't know if just this last week, we're asking if we're interested in taking 744 acres, I think it was.
That proposal's been out there for a while. He's
Okay.
waiting to see if it's gonna get funded through the legislature.
Understood. It's like a transfer, like a jurisdictional transfer.
So if it's what I'm thinking about there, it's state trust lands for schools. And what the legislature does from time to time is fund it so that they can give that land to entities that'll control it, in this case Grant County, and then buy something else with that money. And for states, for the schools, trust land. And so so the legislature has to fund that transfer before they can just give it to us. And whether the legislature they set priorities and however the legislature funds things is however they fund things.
Magic, exactly. With a rec district in place that would allow, there would be an entity, it's a sub-entity that could receive that, let's say, and then control that. And there would be a code and a use laid out how it can be used and who could be there and at what times. We could even have gates, just like other rec districts have gates, let's say. So permitted processes. There's a lot of advantages there. The disadvantage is once you create a new taxing district, that there's gonna be some heat with that. That being said, something needs to be done. And if we don't do something, we might actually lose this resource in the future too. It is an awesome thing to have that come to our community, and there's a lot of money that's behind that too, so for our community. Just a thought, it's just one possible solution to give some teeth. Because then effectively you would have a property owner that could trespass, and you would have the rec district that would be requesting those trespasses. Right now it's a little bit weird, this current situation. It was just a thought.
I mean, we can do some, but not all of that, just through county code.
Yes,
We can set up timeframes for people to be there, all that kind of stuff through
Which is
county
in
code.
place now,
Is it, okay,
14 days.
so enforcement of all that and all that kind of stuff.
So under the county ordinance for trespass that we did
the most recent one we did under chapter 6, Kevin.
Okay.
That county ordinance we currently have in place for trespass is we can trespass people per the ordinance on county owned property if they basically if they exhibit behavior that is dangerous, unsafe, illegal, or unreasonably disruptive to other employees. Under that, the illegal portion, this is just an example I printed, I haven't been out there recently, but I'm going to take a shot in the dark and guess that there's probably some unlawful dumping going on or littering over a cubic foot, which is a violation of the law, which would allow us to get into the trespass portion of that statute. Now, of that statute, there has to be proper notification, has to be done in writing, and we do have the county trespassing form, which the prosecutor did design, which I brought with me, which has also been circulated out to our emergency operations people as well as our crime reduction team, to give notifications of those trespasses if there are laws being violated out there. Here's where it gets really kind of crummy for us with the sheriff's office, is you can only do, it's not like a standard trespass issue. You don't get to just go say, you can't come back because you violated the law. The first notice is up to 7 days. The second notice within that time, or within a year, if I remember right, is between 7 days and 90 days. If there's a third time within that year, it's between 90 days and a year. And then outside of that is kind of gives us a little bit more flexibility to make it a little longer, if I read the statute correctly.
Pick a year. I mean, the intent behind this statute was really more focused on county buildings. and that kind of stuff.
Correct,
It really
yes.
wasn't focused on the sand dunes.
Right.
So if we want to have a special one for the sand dunes, that may be a little different because it's a different type of property, that might be.
Well, I read in the property, even under the recreational zoning that it's under, it is still county owned property.
Right.
And two of the plots that are the heavily used ones right
Sure.
now that are county property. There are, of course, private property out there, the Myers property out there. And there's some surrounding ones that I can't remember. I had it in my front of me just a second ago, but I can't remember. But as far as the county owned property, this statute, I think, even though I know that wasn't the intent, but I think it would fit because it is county owned property out there.
It would, I'm just saying that if there's more, if it would be better to have one that's more focused on the sand dunes, that would be.
For us, I think it would be better, quite frankly, for us, because then you're not having to document the 7 days. Oh, then you gotta go back and, well, how much time has passed between that one, then you get to the 90-day period. It becomes kind of a tracking and record-keeping nightmare for us to make sure that we're abiding by that trespassing statute that, like Kevin said, was designed for basically somebody on campus, so to speak. It becomes a little bit of a nightmare for us as far as the tracking piece of it. It would sure be nice if we had that was pretty clear and simple like the state statute is, but it isn't, right, of course, so.
Well, I mean, you could just say people are only allowed to say.
Kevin?
Yes.
Can you correct me if I'm wrong? There was something in that statute that had to do with camping in our parking lots. Is that not?
That would be an inappropriate use. The problem is camping in the sand dunes is not necessarily an inappropriate use for the sand dunes.
It specifically says it's allowed.
Yeah, so.
I get it.
Again, that's where the sand dunes may be a different animal that we might want to address differently.
It's zoned a little bit different, Danny, and I found that out this morning because it's zoned as a recreational park and not a specific private parking lot.
Maybe we want to say people can only stay there 14 days out of a year. I don't know. Period.
I think it currently has something in that they're only allowed to stay 14 days consecutive.
I have not found that, and that's what I was looking for this morning.
Yeah,
I looked, Gary was looking, and
I don't recall seeing that, but I mean, I didn't miss it.
yeah, and it might be hidden in like the zoning portion of it, but I just could not find it in the recreational zoning area for that, because that's where it falls under.
So in the 14 days, if we do find it, do they just get up and move to another location, or if they need to exit the?
And that I don't know. I don't know if they moved 100 yards away or they have to vacate and come back.
Well, we would.
I don't
They have
know.
to leave what it's been in the past, our practice has been they have to leave the sand dunes.
Okay.
Yeah, for how long? you know, that would be something that would be put in.
Again, the intent, if it is there, the intent was for people to come out and enjoy the park for 2 days, so they're
Yeah,
their nice toy hauler with their machines and then
right,
leave on the 15th day.
Yeah.
But I tried to find that today and I couldn't find it, so. Which doesn't mean it's not there, I just couldn't find it.
I was looking at that yesterday.
Yeah.
Couldn't find something.
There's a health issue here because they're opening, basically they're digging in the sand and then they're doing their black water or in the gray water directly into the sand. And it's something that you don't necessarily see. You might see the garbage on top of the ground, but there is that illicit dumping that occurs, especially if they've been there for more than a week. There's no way they're gonna have enough capacity on an RV for that. So that needs to be integrated into that code adjustment that, and I really like the idea of having a permit process, because in that permit, it could lay that out. And we do not have facilities out there. Maybe if we did have a rec district, we could build facilities, let's say, but we don't. And so what they're doing is that they think of the sand as the facility.
Mhm.
They're just dumping it into pits and then closing up the sand. It's all over.
Having that, which I'm not against by any means, Dave, but my first thought is, are we gonna make it to where it's a nightmare for people that do wanna use the sand dunes recreationally? Is it now gonna become a nightmare for them to just come out and use the sand dunes like they have done for years by having that type of permitting or regulated process? And I don't know the answer to that, I'm just
But
throwing.
I'm talking winter camping.
Oh, okay.
again, somebody's gotta take the permit fees, issue the
Exactly.
permits, all that kind of.
Not it.
Not it, yeah, exactly.
That's why I brought up the rec district, is that there would be a funding mechanism for somebody to do this activity.
Currently in our code, we'll find it possibly, or we can do a code change, update our code specifically for the sand dunes, and that might be the easiest and just address.
Yeah, I would be in support of that, like Kevin says. I know, I remember what the intent was of this statute, which I like the intent behind it. I'd like to see something a little bit more specific if we could, that'd be great. I would. Makes it a lot easier for us as far as the tracking and documenting of it.
You know, I'd have to double check, can we put regulations over the DNR lands out there?
That I don't know.
The DNR lands are so far out there, nobody's gonna take their RV out there and camp.
Okay.
Yeah, the biggest problems are the county owned property right now, because it's basically everything with access off the roadway,
Mhm.
which is ours.
So
Between
can we
us
just not, and update our code and not limit or allow camping after a certain month? I don't know when
Oh, yeah, we can update our code to whatever,
from like October to
to not allow camping out there for whatever
March.
conditions you wanna put on. Within reason, you know, obviously that would only affect the county-owned property. It wouldn't affect the private-owned property. I'm not 100% sure if we could set it to affect the DNR property or not, but if you say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think the DNR property is kind of off the beaten path a little bit, except for on the, well, no, that covers it too.
But
Yeah, they're
don't we
pretty
regulate it though for
We
them?
we police it, that's, so I'm not.
Release it basically.
So maybe they wanna
Yeah.
do the same.
I think they'd probably be good partners, but
Yeah.
there's no way any of those
RVs are gonna make it
crummy
out there.
ORVs are gonna get out there.
Okay.
Not even the nice ones are gonna drag their nice,
Yeah.
you just can't get out that far. You
Okay.
can't.
So probably safe, okay. So what would be a month where we could cut off the overnight parking? Overnight camping?
I myself would like to hear from the users myself,
Okay.
because I know that depending on mild winters that we may have, there's even some users that go out there in the wintertime. But I would like to hear from them myself to what their input would be.
I think cutting off camping completely would be unfair to a lot of the responsible users. There are people who go out in the winter and camp, you know,
Okay,
they're not concerned about, you know, the cold weather, but they're also not out there abusing it, dumping their black water and leaving the trash all around their camps.
I'd have to agree with Brandon. The other thing is there's a difference between camping and living.
These guys are building skirts around their campers. I mean, they're setting up to live. And we've had these guys out there for longer than 14 days. They've been out there for years.
Yeah.
You know, especially in the first pit, you know, and that's county owned there. We took over the second pit, which is private property, and we got that cleaned out besides one camper. They're willing to leave. They cleaned their mess up. They told us what they were gonna do. They actually did what they were gonna do. So I think that as far as camping and living, there's a big difference. You got a guy rolls in with $100,000, fifth wheel, he's camping for a few days and he's leaving. He's not staying 14 days. Who wants truly to camp in the sand for 14 days? I've never seen a West Sider stay for 14 days out there unless, it's close to a Memorial Weekend or something like that. And they're, maybe a week. That's an extent, and then they leave, But something has to be done. Our sand dunes is turning into a camp central. It's not camping for recreational, it's camping to live and trashing our dunes.
One of the RVs is from one of the pullouts by Home Depot after the city closed all those off.
What are the higher end models that?
Yeah.
One of the issues, one of the issues that we have too, and I don't know if it really pertains to this, it would be probably a question for Kevin, but was the Supreme Court ruling back in 2021 that basically prevented us from impounding motorhomes or anything that's established as a residence. There was a case out of Seattle, and the city of Seattle versus Lane, I think it was, Long. Yeah, that they basically violated their Eighth Amendment by having their pickup impounded because they established it as a residence. So that's another barrier that we have as far as even impounding vehicles that are there over a period of time. We have them move. I think that's reasonable to have them move for trespassing.
Yeah, you could arrest them for, you probably couldn't impound their vehicle, but you could arrest them for trespassing.
Right. Yeah.
There's no prosecution issue in the jail and all that.
Right, exactly.
The more the authority steps in, we've seen it with the city police when we did the city cleanup personally, is that the more the authorities come out and put heat on them, they don't like it. Most of them don't like it.
Right.
And, they find somewhere else, maybe Moses Lake, Grant County is not the place for them to set camp for long periods of time. So I've seen it and just dealing with the city cleanup stuff. Yes, some of them do move down the road, but the ones that were in our second pit, they didn't stay at the sand dunes, they left. They didn't go into the first pit area and set up camp. So
A lot of the people that we cleaned out behind the movie theater just aren't around anymore. I mean, when you're down there every day, you see the same faces and they're not around as much as they were. Obviously, they realize that they're not, I say welcome, but they find somewhere else that they can be and do it somewhere else. And it's not our problem. I don't feel so bad about it, I guess.
Sure, yeah, no, it makes sense, okay.
How many days does it take to create a residence?
Particular. Technically, legally, residence is domicile with intent to remain.
Whatever they claim, I don't think there's a time frame.
There's no specific time frame. There are for certain laws. Certain laws will specifically define a time frame, like for voting or something like that sometimes.
I was just curious, I just thought if it was like 5 days, then we have the camping limit set to the one day before it, so you can trespass them.
Yeah, I don't believe that would affect anything.
So if we did a week, I guess we are, the recreational users and the ones that are living there, I think we just need to find, so if we were to change the ordinance, so a week, would that be, I don't know if we even change it for a week during winter months? I guess I'm just looking for help, like if we were to write something up or.
I don't think a week's gonna impact too many people. You might have those dedicated users who stay over, but they're also not out there causing problems and attracting the attention of the locals or the sheriff's office.
Well, we have to set a number.
Right.
And then enforce.
So do we do 10 days, so you've got 2 weekends and a week?
On top of that, if there is, if it is 14 days, if we happen to find it, it's 14 days. Is there a stipulation we can change it? They're kind of like our statute we have currently is if they are behaving in a manner as described here, like it described here, and like illegally dumping, okay? Then they're no longer able to fit within the parameters of that 14 days because they're operating outside of what our requirements are to allow them to camp.
Yeah.
That way we don't have the people that wanna come camp in the winter time, and they don't have a problem being out there.
So maybe we don't need to set a timeline on it and more of the legalities of the illegal dumping, the trash.
Yeah. I kinda like some of the verbiage that is in here on our current statute, if we could maybe grab some of that and put it over into the sand dunes one to fit in there if it's possible.
I'm gonna be honest, I still like a timeline. Maybe that's gonna be a lot easier for you guys to enforce.
Yeah.
Okay, who dumped this stuff here?
Yeah.
We're not harassing anybody that's
Pay
decent.
attention. unless
Yeah,
there's a problem.
and and quite frankly, that's a good point, because we're not gonna know if they're there for 10 days or 14. Unless we go through and actually, yeah, but who knows if they were there 3 days before that, you know what I mean? Not that I disagree with it, it just becomes kind of a tracking nightmare for us. Unless we can have a camping allowed, but they abide by, the rules that we set forth. And if it, like I said, it might be 14 days if Josh is able to find it or whoever, and if that's the case, great. Then there already is a time frame there. But if they're camping in a way that violates the law, then you no longer get 14 days. It's time to go.
Yeah, I feel like that's all it's gonna take is that push. Like you said, if you guys are pushing them for what they're doing wrong, they're trash all over the place, they're illegal dumping, they're not gonna be comfortable, they're not gonna stick around. And the more heat they get, they're gonna find somewhere else to be.
There's a definite difference between somebody camping and somebody that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So with that being said, in your guys's, in what you have written down there, is there a way to identify camping and living in it? Is your camper hooked to your truck? Is it got 4 wheels on it? Is it able to move? That's camping. Or are we setting station with blocks around your motorhome for 14 days? Maybe that should be put in there some way to identify.
Yeah.
Broken down
I
trucks
think
all
that's where
over.
the time frame could be beneficial.
Yeah.
None of us are against the time frame at all, I don't feel like. I mean, I understand your guys' side of it, but you're not gonna be out there, even if somebody from the west side or I go out and camp for 14 days, you're not gonna know how long I was out there because I'm not gonna trash the spot around me. You're not gonna be out there harassing me for
Yeah,
it.
and quite
But-
frankly, Kevin, now that I think about it, I don't think the time frame is a bad thing now that I think about it, because the people, when we go out and make the visits to people and say, hey, you got, I'll keep saying 14 days because that's what we're talking about. Today is the 10th, you have until the 24th to be gone. Your camping is now stopped, period. You have to vacate. And maybe we set for a period of time, maybe it's a month or 2 months, 60 days, whatever it may be. And then we can actually list within our, until the software is gonna change in a month or less supposedly for our CAD system. But our current CAD system we have, we could actually label that as this vehicle is basically trespassed with the sand dunes for 60 days. So we can actually show that, and it can reset after 60 days. So having a time frame wouldn't be too much of a nightmare, because I think that's gonna be the minority of people, honestly.
10 days.
I think it is.
You
Probably be the
be good with
minority.
that?
See any issue.
I don't either. I feel like 10 days would be,
I think
Great.
that's sufficient, 10 days.
not like you guys have to use it either. I mean, it's in writing, but you use it when you need to.
There's teeth.
Yeah. Gives us a guide on there. And we
We're
can
gonna have
even,
to vacate the sand dunes completely,
Right.
not just.
okay, for whatever that period of time would be to vacate, yeah.
No more 10 days camping in any 60 days or whatever.
So the health district, they are also a key player. If there's illegal dumping and they're the ones that look, have they been notified of the illegal dumping? I don't even know if there's.
Honestly, that was just an example. I can't say there is or isn't, because I haven't been out and looked
There
at
is.
each camp.
We've seen it.
Yeah, there
That's what I
is.
said. I
Absolutely.
wouldn't be shocked, that's why I just mentioned it, so, because I think that's kind of the easiest thing, that's probably the most common thing going on right now. So if that is happening, I have not contacted the health department, I have not.
Should an email to Stephanie and let her know.
And I would like just to say, I don't know, this is probably going a little bit out. If it wasn't for our sand scorpions, which I know Brandon's part of that group, our sand dunes would be totally trash. It'd be way worse than it is now.
Yeah.
Those guys have volunteered lots of hours to keep our facility clean.
Yep.
And it's not fair for them to keep going back out and having to clean
Right.
up after these guys. And if it wasn't for them, I believe our dunes would be It'd
shut down a long time
be
ago.
I said that years ago, because you're right, 100% right.
It's those guys that are keeping that open for our West Siders or people from out of town to come spend money in our county.
Yeah, I agree.
And so they deserve a lot of credit for that area, for sure.
In the meantime, while all this verbiage is getting worked out, can we go put some heat on the guys whose camps have not changed in 2, 3, 4 weeks or longer?
Yeah, so what I have already, I know Josh has sent out his special operations people out there, which is 3 or 4 people. My crime reduction team's been out there. In fact, I had a deputy out there again today for a call out there. But our crime reduction guys have this statute, the trespass notice already, to start the process when they go out there and see that. So our crime reduction team, their job is to be proactive.
This is probably a super dumb question. Do they run plates and everything on every vehicle sitting out there when they go out and
Yeah, I
check for stolen stuff?
would imagine so.
I assume so too.
I would imagine so. They made a run out there, last week and made contact with several of the camps out there, kind of doing kind of a look for warrants and stuff.
Yep.
So
Awesome.
they've been out there quite a bit as of recent. so.
Also comparing the plates to the vehicles to make sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
In this world, believe it or not, they change plates.
Yeah, imagine that.
Or the
there's a
tabs
shortage.
expired in 18, but all of a sudden they got a 25 tab on there.
Yeah.
Why is that? So now you get the serial number off the tab to find out what it really goes to.
Who it belonged to, yeah.
Yeah.
And any of that heat helps, any of that helps
Yeah.
them be uncomfortable.
So anyway, yeah, those guys are already currently out there trying to be proactive,
Cool.
so.
Okay, so we can maybe move forward with the code and, so I was working on shooting an email to my friends over at the health district so they can look into this.
Yeah, take a look at it. And if we find some of that information as our people are out there, as far as if they get pictures of it or anything with the, on top of what Josh and Brandon sent us, then we'll forward that as well to the health department. And so they can, as long as we get a contact of where to go to.
And we have a lot more. For some reason, when I sent some photos in yesterday, and I clicked a medium-sized folder, it wouldn't send them all. And I only had like 4 in there, so there was other pictures I wanted to forward over. I just didn't get to it. But between Brandon, like you said, there's so much. I mean, we would flood your guys' emails just with pictures.
Right.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago with Rich's photos that I forwarded in, there were probably, showing the garbage also.
Well, what we'll do is we'll get, instead of you having a blanket, a bunch of emails, we'll try to get you 1 or 2 people to contact via email if you have those pictures to move forward. That way you have a good contact person, so, yeah. So,
Okay, and the Sand Scorpions, yes, you do a lot of great work out of sand, so thank you.
Yeah, take all the credit.
You're a huge help, so thank you. Okay, I guess we can start moving forward also.
I guess do the commissioners have particular criteria they want us to write in?
Oh.
10 days and 60 or?
We'll do some research to find out if there's something
Okay.
already with 14.
Okay.
And then it to 10.
So we'll wait on Josh to give us some numbers and.
We'll look that up.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. If there's illegal dumping, there's already a 14-day, but people have been there a year, we're just not enforcing that currently.
well, as they were saying, it's happening, but with it happening, if it's not reported to the appropriate place, then we don't know what's happening. And I'm speaking for us, and probably, I'm guessing the health department. I would imagine they probably have not been out there to look at things, I'm gonna guess. But if we get the information that it's happening out there, we can confirm it and we forward it off to them or we take care of it, whatever it may be, then we'll do it. So we just have to have the information, whether we see it or it's reported. The health department or us will take a look at it for sure.
So every time there's a new camper out there, do you want to report it? Like, I mean, every time it's obvious that that's what it is.
I would say if there's
guys.
illegal dumping happening with the solid waste of it, I would say yes, report it. Yeah, for sure.
What do you report it to?
You can call it into,
911, right?
you can call it into MAC, the 1160 number, which will have a deputy call. It's probably the best way to do it, yeah. But then if it needs to bring, tie in the health department, we can do that on our end.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, just shot my let her off to Stephanie, so I'm sure she'll use.
You said you did, you said?
I did.
Okay, perfect, great.
She may want a little backup help.
That's fine, yeah, no problem, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well, it is 10:30. Oh, this meeting goes till 10:55.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, that I'm not there in person, and ladies.
You guys sound we're not.
I've been in and out because of coverage here. My internet has been struggling. A thought that I had that maybe I could throw out, it may even involve TS, is that could there not be I forget what you call them,
Camera?
a code that somebody could hit on our website with their cell phone, or maybe put an app out that people could actually register to be at the sand dunes, and that our guys could check a ticket they have on their phone that says they're there from this day to this day, and and get this going a little bit more officially, so that you can see who's registered to be there, I mean, it just seems like the technology we have today, this could be an easy way to register people who camp there, and work on those kind of things that way. In the future, I realize we have to do something right away, but man, it seems like to me that we could do something with technology to actually give permits. And people do it with going to an event, a concert, or anything nowadays with a QR code that they get their license, and they pay for it, and they have an opportunity to be out there, whether it's $3 a day or whatever it takes to camp out there, and have a maximum number of days they can even sign up for. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw what's going through my brain out into the room.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Danny. We have talked about a version of that ultimately becomes a rec district, which in the past, Sand Scorpions have been against it, others have been against it. But I think for it to be open in 15 years, it's probably going to happen in that time frame, because patrolling is gonna need to get, a little better to keep it safer and clean and open. And then being able to maintain it properly.
Provide facilities.
Yeah, water, power, cameras.
Correct.
None of that is fundable currently, so I think it's a good thought, Danny, but it'd take a community group to probably put that whole thing together. And a long time.
We could have an automated, with SmartGov, you can have an automated permit. So it could be a free permit, you just have to register. And it would automatically send them something they can just print, put it in their windshield. We could do that during winter, let's say. Because that's when there's not as many eyes out there in the winter. Long term, just a thought.
Any thoughts?
With established facilities and other improvements, added enforcement, I think more people would be open to spending a little bit of money, whether it's daily, annually, whatever, to have the option for those luxuries in a sense.
Without it being managed as it continues to grow, these problems will naturally continue to grow. So we do need to think long-term about a way to manage it, because we don't want this resource to disappear.
Which all of the things that we've met about, Brandon's been at many of them, you've been at some now, with walking trails, walking paths, infrastructure. We were trying to put some power and some cameras in near the bathroom. There are things that we're working on. Nothing has just started yet. Once the first thing hits, if you do get the funding approval to do the walking paths or the bike trail or whatever, then that'll kind of be like a start, like, well, if we're gonna do that, then we can look at this, but none of that has hit yet.
It is on our 6-year plan.
Yeah.
So we have some projects down there in 2028 and 2030 on our 6-year plan to pave, I think the first mile and then another mile and have a separated trail that's paved as well. But that's in the right of way. Well, it's paid for by grants.
Fair enough. Those same grants couldn't be used for better facilities or anything like that?
You just hit it right on the head. With the rec district, which I mentioned earlier, we can go after grants.
I'm not against it, and I mean, I don't wanna speak out of turn because Brandon knows way more about what's going on out there and what's best for the sand dunes than I do, but I wouldn't have a problem paying a reasonable cost to camp out there or anywhere else you go that you have to pay for. But like I said, I'm not gonna speak out of turn. He knows way more about, I feel like what's best for our sand dunes than I would. But I feel like anybody in their right mind would be willing to pay a reasonable cost to go camp out there if facilities are better and you're not camping around a bunch of bums you're worrying about stealing your gas in the middle of the night, you know?
Kids finding needles.
Yeah, that's all that stuff.
Any state,
Once
state
again,
national
yeah,
park you
dogs
go
coming
to,
after you, yeah.
you gotta pay a camping fee to go anywhere.
Yeah, and that's just, I mean, that's what it is, and I have felt like would be fine, but like I said, as long as it's regulated better and we're not worried about the stuff that's out there.
Where do you stand on access fees?
I disagree with that, unless it's just I don't know, I feel like a yearly fee, if it wasn't absurd, wouldn't be a big deal.
Like a local annual fee that's small or out of area has a day rate or something? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I like most places don't necessarily have a day rate though. It's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
the
you can go to the
camping,
Oregon
you
Sand
can do a
Dunes,
day
go
use,
anywhere you
just
want,
can't
doesn't
camp.
cost you anything other than where you're gonna camp.
I was always-
Yes, you have to buy an ORV pass, don't you? You have to buy an Oregon,
For
a
Oregon.
yearly, or is it 2 year or is it a 1 year?
I don't remember,
It's
Yeah,
2 years.
you have to buy
yeah,
a
every
2 year
2
pass in
years.
Oregon to go wheel in their sand dunes.
but it's not cost prohibitive either. It's like $30.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 years.
While our ORV tabs are, I think, $45 for a year.
Yeah, we're already wrong.
ORV, what's the, the permit you put in your window?
Discovery.
This Discovery, isn't that $35 or $40?
I
And that kind of gives you
A
access to
100 if you
park.
forget it.
I think it's 30 if I remember.
And so on the Discovery Pass, Fish and Wildlife is starting to want to crack down on the mudflats usage and users to have a Discovery Pass, which is,
The problem is these get to where you go to sand dunes, you need 4 or 5 different passes because there's 4 or 5 different agencies.
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
Well, if that's $100 a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
It's pretty
excessive,
it's easy to get, you get it through the,
30.
it's just hard to keep track of.
It's 100 if you get the ticket.
oh, okay, so.
yeah,
it's
no, when I got the
$30.
ticket, it was $100.
And it's getting by with the boat launches, so it could be something like that, and there's a lot of them out there, so maybe something to sand dune.
To answer your question, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but like I said, it's just, I don't know. It's one more way to push these guys out that aren't gonna pay for it, aren't gonna do it.
Yeah, I look at it, even if a day rate's a couple dollars, I just kind of try to think of different ideas, long-term, that I could see doing, in like I snowmobile, to park a trailer at places you either have to park at the Discovery Pass locations, or in Canada, you pay trail rate, you pull up to a trail, maybe $10, $20. So to me, it's kind of just standard. So I look at it through this of, okay, well, how can we make it sustainable? Plus I'm on the private side, right? I go to the sand dunes and I'm on this side. How do we sustain it for the community to use? And I just see if there's not a mechanism to take care of it, then it'll just be closed.
Yep.
And it just takes your elected officials to kind of be like, liability, headache, close it, and it's closed. So, and I could see Fish and Wildlife and others. I mean, our meetings with Fish and Wildlife just keep getting tighter and tighter. So just kind of having a proactive solution versus see what happens is probably in our best interest.
There's still a window of opportunity right now where we
Yeah.
can set this up long-term with the other agencies as well, where we would get to manage that
Manage the
portion.
land.
Because that's what they're asking for us. They're saying, hey, if you guys manage it, we will keep it out there. But we don't have that in place. There's nothing in place. And that window is still there. But you know how government is, those windows will disappear if we don't watch out.
Just something to keep in mind is once you start charging a fee, you also incur much more liability.
Yeah.
So that's,
I was wondering about that.
that's a hesitance.
But I feel
to
like we
charge
have
a fee.
liability.
Yes, but we have certain defenses when we don't charge a fee that we don't have otherwise. And so there's certain laws about allowing people on land that protect landowners when you're not charging a fee.
It's like the primitive roads.
Since it's a through road, Kevin, could you do a toll?
On just the road portion?
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't know what they're told in Washington State.
About 100,000 people annually go out there, whether local or visitors, you know. $3 a day access fee, that's 300,000 a year that could go towards improvements.
Yeah, your road would be much better maintained. You'd probably have running water facility and yeah, you could actually do something versus right now it's kind of, what do you get, 30 grand?
Yeah, at the most.
Yeah.
To spray weeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That aren't getting sprayed.
And there's,
I think we get 59,000 for 2 years.
out at the sand dunes is inherently a high risk activity. And I hate to,
Incur liability.
you know, we get enough crap just building roads.
But that's the choice.
Yeah,
Do
it is a
we,
choice.
do we wanna go into that
Mhm.
or let it disappear? Because the reality is if we manage it, you're right, we incur that liability, but it remains a resource. If we don't, I think it may disappear on us.
If it was a recreation district, they would be the ones who would have to insure it and
Especially if we gave the county land to the recreation.
okay, more things to look into that.
How would the daily use work? Could you still do an annually pass, or you have to register online every single time you decide to spur of the moment drive out there?
There's a million different ways you can set it up.
Cause that would suck.
That would depend on the details.
I mean, could the vehicle licensing department help with that, you know? We go there for our ORV tabs, okay, now you need your annual permit, use permit or whatever. Or is that what our ORV tabs were supposed to be paying for, was to go play in the dunes, if you don't have a street legal licensed vehicle?
It should.
I know at the state level that you can add, when you're, for business licensing, for example, you can add the different cities, the different agencies in there. So it's already in the state system to add other local permits or local costs or local fees in. So maybe that's actually a great idea to simplify the process, because you have to get your tabs once a year anyway. So you just add that annual access to that.
You know, and on a local level, the Windsor vehicle licensing, they know what's going on out there. Okay, you have a UTV, you're gonna need these tabs. Oh, you're registering a dirt bike, you're gonna need this permit.
My other question, Joey, is for ORV patrol out there, because I'm not out there all the time, obviously. How is that looking for the patrolling? I mean, back in the day, we used to have, well, obviously funding, two, three would run around quite often out there.
Yeah, so we don't have funding for staffing anymore as far as grants, but it's funded by the county. But as of right now, we have 8 openings within the sheriff's office right now. Of those 8 openings, we have, this just to put it in perspective of staffing that we're dealing with right now. We have 2 people that are currently on FTO right now, which is their field training program. We have 2 more people coming out of the academy next week and they graduate. They'll be on a 3-month FTO program. We have 3 more people getting ready to go to the academy in January and they'll be there for 5.5 months. They'll come out. Basically a year later, we'll have them back.
Okay.
So there's a process.
Right.
So what we do is we fill our patrol staff first. They're the ones that are the immediate first responders that go to the domestics, go to the burglaries, go to the serious assaults. all those things, the guys that drive the marked patrol cars, okay? We have 4 crews that are supposed to be of 8. Right now, we've got 1 of 6, we have 1 of 8, and I think we have 1 of 5 right now due to retirements and people lateraling to the other agencies. So before we will backfill into special operations, into the traffic unit, before I'll fill the crime reduction team, we're gonna fill the patrol staff first because they are the primary responders for calls for service. So once those are filled, then we start backfilling. And I have 2 more openings I'm filling for the special operations, which gives us more people in the sand dunes. So when we're full, we'll actually have 1 more person in the sand dunes than we ever have had.
Right.
Because we added a corporal for the special operations unit. So we don't just have just a marine and boat guy,
Right.
just an ORV guy. Now they're cross-trained. They can do both. And our sergeant is also gonna be cross-trained, our corporal is cross-trained. Josh is trained to drive the boat and do all that, which he does quite a bit after the summertime. So it's not just specialized in one place or the other. Having them cross-trained gives us a lot more resources for those units.
So coming down the road, we'll see more patrolling to the sand dunes, because I think
We will.
once that
Yeah.
plays, you'll see some of it slow down too, I would assume.
You may not see that until midway or just about end of summer.
Right.
But I'm hoping we can get some, we're getting ready to do some more interviews for other openings. But anyway, I'm hoping, best case scenario right now is we'll get 6 more personnel on the road in May.
Right.
Best case scenario. That's with what we currently have going in the process right now. So backfill everybody if we keep getting recruiting that we're doing, we're still getting candidates, which is a good thing. Our testing's not drying out, it's just we have to keep constantly testing, but we are still getting candidates, which is a good thing. I'm hoping that we will be completely filled with staff by towards the end of the year. Just because it takes time, unfortunately.
If you've got an empty truck and a badge, I'll jump in one and run dudes.
Be careful what you wish for.
Okay, well, is there anything else? Looks like we've got a little homework to do and we will continue working on this. So thank you for joining us, for your input, it's very helpful.
Let us know when the next one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks you all. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you guys for your time, and we appreciate you guys too.
It is 10:47, we are in recess until 11 o'clock, and we will coffee.
Is Rob gonna join us?
I think so. Good morning, it's 11 o'clock. We are here with Tom Gaines for our Central Services monthly update. Welcome, Tom, if you would wait a little bit. I've been running a couple minutes late this morning.
That's all right. Yeah, I can wait just a moment.
Commissioner Stone is online.
I assume Rob will be back any second.
Rob has a meeting at 11 o'clock. It's on his calendar.
Oh.
Oh, good to know. Okay, so
Darn.
he will not be here.
I
You wanna,
need-
we can
I need to
reschedule.
Ask him a question.
Okay.
Okay, well.
I'm really sorry, Tom, for not looking at that.
No, that's okay. It's all right. So this morning, I got together with members of GCTS and the sheriff's office to go over the new video court terminals in the new jail. This seemed to catch Joe by surprise, but I think it's all good now. A lot of discussion about how it's supposed to work and what the jail's internal procedures are gonna be. I think you're gonna see some correction staff and GCTS staff take a field trip down to Benton County. They're using some of this exact same stuff. So it's just something we wanna get ahead of. Make sure that we get the right equipment ordered and the right, the right processes done. We also want to try and get at least one installed in this jail so they can see how it works with the courts before they move in and have to figure it out.
Hey, Tom,
Yes.
is that technology, I mean, they were making some assumptions they had to have more staff. Would that technology, with this new jail design help with the number of staff they have to observe the occupants of the jail?
Yes, it should help. This is, if it's set up correctly, it really helps in the reduction of inmate movement. The video court kiosks are immediately outside of the jail cells, so they're escorted out of their cell into a hallway that's immediately adjacent to the cells, and that's where they are. So they're not like hiking them through the jail or to that first appearance room. And the only person that has to be in there, we had to make them a little bit bigger, is their public defender if he chooses to be, otherwise he doesn't have to be. So it should require a minimum of supervision in order to utilize those rooms.
When you said he was surprised about that, does that mean maybe some of their planning will change as far as numbers of staff required?
No, and the surprise is on Joe's part up in GCTS.
I thought you were talking about Joey Creed.
Oh, no, I was talking about Joe Carter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it was a little bit more complex than Joe Carter realized that it was. So, but I think a field trip down to Benton County, excuse me, and some close coordination with the jail, and we'll get it all worked out. I will get an ARPA request in this week for the AV install of the Avidex equipment at Public Works. I do want to say that Sam did sign off on this, and now it's catching everybody by surprise. There probably wasn't discussed. That's not to say that it isn't a really expensive install. I did get the breakdown of all of the various costs this morning, but I haven't had a chance to digest it yet and look at it. So and the rest of GCTS will be going through the cyber side of the high performance leadership, which is what I needed to talk to Rob about. He had asked to take a look at the schedule of all the different people going through next year, and I sent it to him, then he never got back to me, and I need to finish that up. So I'll give him a call. Facilities and maintenance, the acoustic coating is completed in the courthouse foyer, so there's no more echo. It turned out really well. They were able to maintain the historic character of the courthouse and reduce all the echo, so that's terrific. And we continue to look for a new maintenance for to replace Michael, who left us. And other than that, it's pretty quiet in facilities. We're just maintaining and keeping up with work orders that are coming in. We're gonna try and work on some sound dampening in the multi-purpose room of the current jail. Seems to be an issue when they are doing video court. There's too much echo, so we're trying to work on that. At the fairgrounds, it's pretty quiet. I'm trying to get the bleacher project moving. This is a bleacher project. The money came from Tom Denton, a direct legislative grant. The Rodeo Association changed the design of the bleachers, which has a cascading effect on the site work to prepare for installation. We only had so much money. With the changes they made, I'm worried that we won't have enough money left in the grant to do the site work required for the changes that they wanted. So Chris out at the fairgrounds is waiting to hear back from a couple of contractors. He's gone out there and laid out the site work, what has to be done. And we're gonna get some budget numbers from a couple of contractors, just so we have an idea before I order this project, with the changes that they requested. So it was just a simple bleacher that had no modifications and it was really inexpensive, but they decided to add box seats at the bottom. So when you added the box seats, they had to modify basically a standard off-the-shelf section of bleachers. But the other thing is because of the rodeo fence, where the rodeo rail is, when you're sitting in those box seats, you were gonna be staring at that rail. So we have to actually raise the ground up about 6 to 8 inches, and then put concrete on top of that. So that's quite a bit of extra site work that has to be done in order to install these bleachers.
Would they need concrete?
They do need concrete.
Okay, one
Yeah.
way or another, they
Yeah,
need the concrete.
one way or the other, yeah, so
The additional
if
8
they
inches.
didn't have the box seats, we would just pour the concrete on the existing soil. And they'd be good to go, but with the addition of the box seats and the way they have to be built kind of down low, right up against that rail, it kind of changes things a little bit, so we're trying to make sure that that's okay. And then for central services, the jail is cruising. We need to set up a couple of tours so you guys can see the progress. We're not having any issues there. We continue to move forward. We're working on some internal stuff like, the kitchen equipment and some camera equipment, data drops, keying for doors, a lot of stuff that, it doesn't sound very detailed, but when you get into it, it becomes very time consuming and very detailed because there's so many doors and so many data drops and so many cameras, and this jail's gonna have upwards of 300 or 400 cameras in it, so a lot of things to consider there as we're trying to make sure everything's accounted for. But we're getting there. It's going well.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago, you said they were going to some shifts trying to get it all dried in before bad winter weather. Could you tell me again what those shifts were you were telling them?
Yeah, so it's the masons mainly because it's getting cold enough outside that we have to keep the grout warm. We have to keep it heated so that it cures correctly. And we're trying not to tent the entire facility. So they've gone to 510s, the masons, not everybody else. But the masons have gone to 510s to try and get as much block work up as they can before the really cold temperatures, and minimize the amount of tenting we have to do and the amount of heating we have to do because we're gonna have to add heat. And Leidig had that accounted for in their negotiated support services and as part of the GMP. But they're trying to minimize that. I mean, it's gonna be expensive to heat that area. So they're trying to minimize that. And so that's who it is. It's the masons trying to get as much block work done as they can without having to heat up that grout or heat the area so that the grout can cure correctly.
I see. Thank you.
You bet. I did have a short conversation with the Port's real estate agent, Carol Gibson, about land for the morgue. It was kind of an interesting back and forth. They had offered up a 4.5 acre piece that they wanted us to use instead of the 10.9 acre piece that we have. And I was concerned about that piece of property. Another member of the port had mentioned that they'd buried some concrete out there. It turns out that's not true. Carol was actually part of the cleanup efforts on this parcel, and the only thing that was stored there was gravel.
Okay.
And so there's nothing underground. We'd still have to do a phase 1 environmental. But I'll probably revisit that with the board next week and see if that's a parcel they want to go forward with, which is the one I emailed you, the 4.5.
It seems like it would work. It's
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, so, and then the port understands that, you know, in order to do this swap, there's also gonna be a financial consideration of the county.
Could we do a short plat and divide ours up to get the 4 acres and just do a swap?
Well, they wanna buy that 10.9 acres.
Okay, they want the whole entire piece.
Yeah, they want the,
okay.
yeah, so, and they understand that we might be swapping 4.5 acres, but they need to
But they
pay
need to
us.
buy the balance, the
Yeah,
6
they need
acres.
to, yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah, and they understand that, so it's just a matter of possibly getting it appraised or what have you. But I'll have more detail on that for you next week when I visit with the board next week, and we'll go from there. Kevin and I are still working on bid documents for the CS and HR building. We have a couple of people taking cursory looks at the building, so we have an idea of what to expect when we do go out to bid. And we're also trying to decide on how we want to bid the project. You know, typically you would just bid it out to a general contractor and expect him to have the subcontractors, and then you pay a markup and an overhead for that. But it's a small enough project that we think we can contract directly with the general, but also contract directly with the electrical and the HVAC and save some money.
The HR project?
This is the Human Resources and Central Services building across the street.
Oh, okay, the dentist building.
Yep. And so we think we can save some money if we bid the disciplines separately and then not pay the markup of the general. And I do have a general contractor that wants to stick their toe into light commercial, and they're really interested in it, and that might be a really inexpensive way. It's not a difficult building, so we're working on that, trying to maximize our value there and minimize the cost. And then the only other thing I had was, it would actually be an executive session thing, but it can wait. It has to do with, real estate acquisition, but it can wait until next week.
We've got time, so we can go ahead and.
It would only be about 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, you could say, 3 minutes.
Well, I mean, I've got all of these here that we've done, so why not go into another one and use it, burn up all my paper? Barb, I will need, or Caitlin, I will need more executive session sheets.
Okay.
So this will be real estate,
Acquisition.
RCW 42-110-1B, and it's 113. Oh, I don't know how to move us into executive session, do I? Rob did something.
I think they do it upstairs, don't they?
Okay.
I apologize. Rob is planning to come down for that. What time were you wanting to go?
Right now.
Right now.
I mean, till what
Well,
time?
I till Rob gets here.
Okay, they're gonna wait, Rob, for you to come down.
Yeah. And we'll only need to be in there for like 2 minutes. It's just so I can give you a quick update.
Okay, he's on his way down.
Thank you, Barb.
What's the RCW number, Cindy?
RCW 42-30-110-1B.
C or B?
B is in boy.
Thank
1B.
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Sorry, can you call the time again, Cindy?
Rob's here. We'll go from 114 to 118. Or 1114. 1114 to 1118.
Okay, to 11:18.
And Danny, he could move himself on his own.
Okay.
He's out.
Last thing I have, Rob, last week or maybe a week and a half ago, I sent you that Excel spreadsheet for the high performance leadership. Said, hey, take one last look at that. I never did get a reply from you. Were you good with
I
that?
didn't read it.
Oh. Well, thanks.
I'm like 600 behind. I have faith I'll catch up someday.
Okay. I need to get all that stuff over to them because they've sent me a couple invoices and then I've had to tell them, hey, no, wait, hold on, don't send me those invoices because we're adding more people, so.
Courtesy call.
No, you should have if you look for attachments, and it's an Excel attachment for HPL. But if you get to it today, if you could find that one and just get back to me, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, that's my update.
Okay. Well, it is 11:19. We are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Good work.
Is there paper?
Good afternoon, it is 1:00. We are here with HR for our weekly update. Welcome. We should have Danny and I think Barb, do you want to remind Rob or Caitlin that we have a meeting at 1? I think he's in his office. I could say holiday cheer for you. Would not go well. Caitlin, can you see if Danny's on?
Danny is online. He was backstage.
Okay. Can you, do I need him? Oh, there he is. Okay, I guess we can go ahead and start.
That was apparently in the green room, with all the other professionals.
And is Commissioner Jones joining us?
Caitlin or Barb, can you see if Rob's will be joining us, please?
He left the office and I assumed he was headed your way, so I have no idea where he's at.
Okay, if he left the office, he should be here in a minute.
Okay, so first item, you have my agenda there. We do need an executive session, please, for personnel matters.
Should we wait just another minute or two? I'm not sure when he left.
Yeah, it would be good to have all three of them.
Yeah, no, his store was closed, so that's why I figured he was in his office.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should just start as we're waiting for Rob from the bottom and work our way up. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, it's up to you. We can go into
Yeah.
executive session, but we will be missing a commissioner.
We can, let's talk about, number 4, and I can always get
Okay, vacation time?
signature. Yes, I have 2 requests for a rollover for vacation. One is from Public Works and one is from HR. So my annual leave is, I'm gonna be about 21 hours. I'm hoping to be able to take time between now and the end of the year, but depending on what happens, I don't know if that will happen, so I'm requesting.
Okay, so it's more of a cushion for you. Okay, and then John?
And then John's time is approximately 26 hours.
Okay.
Is the request.
Was that John Brissy?
Yes, sir.
John Brissy. With the transition, he did not take a lot of time off this year.
And I do have 2 documents,
Okay.
just memos that would be great if you get those signed in order to roll those over, so we have it documented. Danny, can I get your stamp, or are you okay with just the 2 signatures?
Either one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can go back to personnel matters now that we're all here.
Okay.
How long do you anticipate the executive session to be?
Let's start with 10 minutes, please.
And it will be RCW 4231.10.1F personnel matters.
Correct.
Okay. It will be from 104 to 114.
freeze me up.
That's the pictures of.
Commissioners is 114.
I think we need to go back into executive session for at least another 15 minutes, so from 1:14. Yeah, from 1:14 to 1:30.
Commissioners, it's 1:30.
Do we need
Do
to
we
go
need
back
another-
then?
Need
another 5 minutes, Danny?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So we're gonna go back into executive session, the same topic, performance, personnel disciplinary actions, 4231.10.1F, for another 5 minutes from 1:30 to 1:35.
If
We're out of executive session, we're coming out. Sorry, I didn't want you to be talking.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's clear enough for me. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Yep.
Okay, we're out of executive session, just, no decision was made.
Okay. Is Rob gonna participate?
That's up to the other two. I'm willing to, but don't have to.
I think I would like to be apprised of what's going on.
No, absolutely. I'll make sure there are regular updates there. Rob, I think what I want to do now that we've got kind of course of action, let me think on approach, and I'll double back with you because I kind of want to think through and maybe have some conversation what we think is the best way to crack the nut.
Less fluffy would be a good way to
Less fluffy?
crack the nut.
Okay.
Not too long.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful I wasn't the example this time.
I'm not overly fluffy.
Didn't get to be the example. Okay,
You're gonna argue with me, aren't you? Oh, something very important came on my phone.
Yeah, it's the next one, the risk manager. Are
Yes.
you?
Item number 2
Yeah, the risk
is,
manager.
that was discussed in Kirk's meeting as well yesterday.
Danny brought it up. Kirk, would you be willing to, or would you rather Tom or Decorah?
I'm fine with whatever. I'm feeling like I've got a better structure going on now, so I'm fine to play point if that's where we go.
Rob, your thoughts?
For what it would be under, I liked under HR, under Decorah, unless Kirk was looking to take on things.
I thought under HR. Danny, are you okay with HR? I think is under HR, but reporting to the board, so we were.
Okay.
We just want to make sure we had a report to the board, so we have a direct.
And that it was, the communication with the board is not through the director.
A lot of things are, risk as far as buildings and structures and things, but a lot of it is people.
Decorah, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
So.
No, it's one of
I
the,
work
yeah.
at the pleasure of the board.
Hopefully whoever we get there kind of self-motivated and kind of running their own.
And as I said yesterday, I think that
Self-sufficient.
there are going to be natural risk interfaces with each of the department, definitely with HR, definitely with Tom, definitely with some of the
HR definitely
programs
has
or projects I may work on, so.
Big component.
I don't.
Are you okay, Decorah? I don't want to dump something on you and.
My personal preference would be for it to be under Kirk.
I am of the
You're okay with Kirk?
all things being good. I am thinking that everything being good and Kirk is feeling well and moving forward with the position I had hoped it would be, that I would feel better if it was under Kirk. And I know I'm butting heads with Rob there a little bit, but we've been able to do that over the last 4 years for the long. I'll say that.
Okay, Rob, are you okay with Kirk?
Yeah, I'm fine with
Okay,
Kirk.
so we'll go Kirk.
You're fine with Kirk. I
Process
will
of elimination,
tolerate
give it to
Kirk.
the top.
I was like, Kirk, you're willing, okay. Sorry, moving right along, trying to.
Kirk,
go
are you
through this.
comfortable with that? All right, winner.
Item number 3, we do need to go into executive session for that one. Labor relations, bargaining.
Okay, how long do you think you're gonna need for executive?
I let you in and now I have to put a sign on the door.
We can give you a chair. Would you like a chair out the door?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, hopefully it won't be too long.
Sorry about that.
10 minutes, I think.
I think probably we can do 5 minutes.
139 to 145?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Okay. So, negotiations, 4230, 110, 4230, 140, 4A, sorry. 6 and 6, we're out.
I would just extend another 5.
Okay, so we can extend for another 5 minutes. RCW,
Does that make sense?
I could say it out of, I can probably say it out of executive session if you want me to. I don't want to go where they want to go.
okay. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement then.
And what I was asking to Cora there was whether she felt that process I was talking about had already occurred. And her response is she kind of feels they've been down that path, so
Yeah.
it's an unnecessary, for you, it's
Yes,
an
for me.
unnecessary process. And I haven't been at the table for all those, so that makes sense.
So, but we can take it back on Friday.
I'm in favor of staying where we were and dealing with and doing the retro on those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Danny.
So we move down to item number 5, position reclassifications for the 2025 presidential trusts. I propose to the board that we have a special meeting to be able to go through each one of them. So far, I have 10 positions that have already gone through PMRT, and most, I think all but 2 have already been to the board, and it was a hold for budget, so having the opportunity to go through them each, unless you have some other vision of how, is it a cornucopia of funds and whoever gets there first gets it? Or how?
I think we did put it in. I think there's some positions that I'm probably not in favor of an increase.
So that's why I think
And
sitting
some
down
I
and
am,
going
and some I
through-
think are more critical than others. And I think we can talk about the salary survey when that comes, because I think that'll clean up a lot of, not a lot, but some of the requests. A few.
How many are actually current expense positions? I forget.
Oh,
It's less than 10 or less.
10 or less.
Maybe.
But I think they're all the ones that have already come to the board before budget, and then we're discussing budget.
Yeah, I don't think there was more than 15, or it was like 10 or 11 or something.
Okay, yeah, we could have a meeting on kind of where we're at in the first of the year. After you get back.
I have
But we have to decide on the others though too. It's just that the current expense ones apply to our 1.1 that we've set aside for personnel management.
Two items that I'd like to make recommendation on. One is you've talked about that money being in a specific fund, which is great. I guess I would like us to be able to verify that it actually did, that all those funds actually are in that other fund. Because the easiest thing from an accounting standpoint would be to leave it where it is and just say you don't have it, it's over there. But that's gonna catch you in the, I'm an elected official, it's in my budget.
Yeah, we didn't put it in the individual budgets, literally
Okay.
floating around in current expense.
It was not, but what I heard right after the meeting ended was, well, the board approved all the positions and the funds. So
Yeah, I just think it's,
Individual budgets.
for you, it's a good thing to be asking about because.
yes, I think
We
it's.
tried not to put it in
I think we
individual
wanna
budgets
just
because we were burned
address
last year.
each
Yeah,
one
okay.
line by line.
And
So
then
it's
the
very
other is, I think that it's going to take early and continuous communication on what the process is to not let it eat up a whole bunch of HR time, because that's what happened. No matter what someone says, then people come back and they're like chewing that direction instead of getting something out early that says, here's what's happened, it is over here, there are no decisions, stop asking, we're gonna have a meeting in early July and we'll give another update. So that if someone comes in HR staff can hand them that.
No.
And say, this is the answer. Or if someone comes to you, you can hand that to them, because they will.
I've already gotten two. It's already happening.
Yeah, no, I know.
Already
Happens every year.
happening.
So are we good to schedule a special session?
Yeah, cause there are a couple on there I didn't support, and then rebands that I didn't support the amounts.
Is Barb online or Caitlin? We could look at dates.
I am online. Give me one moment. How long do you need? Sorry.
I would do an hour. You think longer?
We'll start with an hour. I think in my mind, I know exactly what I feel is important and not.
And I want to clarify, there are 17 line items.
Well, some are outside of
less,
their
but-
expense, and so it's their own,
17
their own budget. So that won't be critical.
Correct.
Okay, and then as you're looking for a time, we did talk to our legal, and we may need to, if we reduce it from 2.8 to 2.59, we may have to have a public hearing to readjust that because he doesn't believe that we can, since we've already adopted that amount. So we'll wait to hear back from Kevin or Rebecca.
Should we set that hearing date now,
We may not need it, so
since
we're.
it would be like right after Christmas? In
We
order to,
do have the year-end budget extension hearing set right now for December 30th at 3 p.m. So we could piggyback off there if we need to.
Beautiful.
And I do, based on what my experience has been, I do agree with Kevin. I think that it would need to be a
Yeah, we need to.
public hearing.
It's like, it's Saturday. It's the 30th is Saturday last year.
So I can do like next week if you want from 3 to 4 p.m. But that's the only 1 hour chunk that we have. That's not the day before a holiday.
Looking in early January, Caitlin.
Early January, it's hard to tell because we don't have any of the calendar appointments generated yet. We could try for Monday the 6th, but the availability there might change after we get all of the meetings put in.
We may want to go, I don't even think we needed it first thing in the year. Could we maybe go let our new commissioner get a little dirt under his shoes? Maybe towards the end of January, like the 27th or 28th?
Under his shoes, throw it in his face.
And I think that goes to the communication to electeds and department heads of this is what the board's intent is. And we'll be meeting.
Or even the 13th, 14th, I just feel like I really don't want to hit him on the first day when he comes back.
Yeah,
Like, what
fair
is
enough.
this?
And that's good, potentially a busy week.
It's gonna be a little busy. It's gonna be a busy month, so
It's going to be a
even
busy
if it's
month.
the first part of February. So Caitlin, we can work on a time. I just don't think I want to do it the first meeting that we have.
Fair enough.
with our new commissioner.
you'll be out also, Deborah?
I will be out, as you can see there, I am out on medical leave starting December 30th.
So would you like the commissioners to send a letter out to all the elected officials and department heads
That would be fantastic.
ASAP?
That would be fantastic.
Caitlin or Barb, can you work with a letter, or Kirk maybe, work with a letter? Okay. Kirk will work on getting a letter out to all the elected officials and department heads so that they know that within the first 60 days of 2025, we will be meeting. So until then,
Sounds good.
happy holidays. Okay,
And
number 7.
number 7, I'm gonna hold that one. I don't think we have enough time.
Do we have a couple employees that are hitting that?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
there-
many?
Currently, I think there's 5 that are gonna hit that.
And are there department heads, I'm just curious, there are department heads that are elected officials, do they want to roll them in hourly or keep them?
We have one who has brought it forward, yes, an elected who would like to make the position non-exempt. And that, looking at that ban does fall within the non-exempt. But the elected has been gracious to just move forward with the process and we can make that change coming up. The other piece, the next one, number 8, I do have a PAR. I thought that the department head or the elected had signed, but they had not, but they're looking to place, an offer for the payroll position at step 4.
Okay, is that good agreement with something that you?
Standard process would be a step 3.
Okay.
At the 2.5. They are asking, I will provide.
So what would be the?
What's the percentage at 4?
What's that?
What's the percentage increase at 4?
Is this for our,
And historically, standard has been an increase equal to 1 step and the potential to go 1 step beyond that for the department if they feel they're a faster. Which might be the inheriting of Tyler on top of the other job.
Step 4 would be a 5.32% increase versus the standard.
is she willing to take it by the 2.5?
That's good.
Was there a big difference between
If
the
there was a
other?
business write-up, it might include that, but.
Oh, okay.
Well, step-wise, the previous was topped out, so.
Okay, but she's been here for quite some time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with the 2.5% step increase.
Okay, so that was on 4.
Rob, Danny?
Yeah, as long as it's standard, I'm good with that.
And I will bring back up our.
Because I said that.
Keep-
Oh, do you want that?
Getting his confirmation.
Danny, are you okay? Danny?
I'm okay with what the other two said because there was so much talking in the room, I really didn't understand what was going on, but you guys make the decision.
Sorry, Danny.
Okay, 2.5 increase or a 4.4% increase. We went with 2.5.
I will bring up back our next week. Because I have one, but it is not signed by the follow back up, but I get that.
And then I'm probably gonna get an email or something do I have an email about the request? I guess I should ask the rest of the story before I, to jump 2 steps instead of just the 1.
That was in the attachment that I see. Would you like that back?
That's what I said. I'll probably have to regret that I'm just trying to scoot through.
It just says her skill is already at that level, but it's not about skill, it's about time.
And not to be a naysayer, but the board did set a standard a year ago regarding positions that reach out to all branches and wanting a set standard and competitive process. And person in the position is great and I think she will be great, but I think that we were lacking the standard process that the board is
So
trying
in
to
6
set.
months, will have the opportunity and.
Yes. No, okay. I fully support the person. I just think that the process.
Keep the process the same.
Needs to remain consistent, please.
And the recruitment software deadline?
That is this Friday, so if
The
Tyler,
heavens will part and all will be fabulous.
if
Good.
you're not able to, then we'll be making other decisions. Gina and I are already looking at other products. We've viewed those and I will have a couple estimates if needed before long.
Okay. Retention policy, we have one in.
Retention policy, I'm gonna hand this out for your review and we can follow back up on it next week.
We've almost covered the whole thing, 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you.
and HR team.
Thank you.
I thought I was trying to. Did you want this? Is that what you wanted, or?
No, yeah.
Okay. Okay. It is 2:00. We are rolling into the commissioner roundtable. It's just been that day, we're just rolling right in. Call the meeting to order. We have an open forum for citizen input. We have 3 minutes per person or a 15-minute time limit. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to address the commissioners, please come to the podium.
I'm Jamie Eddy in Moses Lake, and I appreciate the open forum. The old Samaritan Hospital, is it gonna revert back to the county jurisdiction?
We do not own the hospital. The hospital district owns the hospital, not the county commissioner.
So it's an independent.
It's owned by a district, a
Okay.
hospital district.
I was wondering if it would be an advantage to the county to take and acquire a portion of that for their morgue project. Because you've got the operating rooms for sending, I didn't say it quite right. Anyway, for examinations of the dead.
The morgue is currently in Samaritan Hospital.
Yeah.
The morgue is currently in there.
Oh, okay.
We have a space, a room that we do currently use. There has been some discussion about this. I met with Judy Warnick and the director of the Samaritan Hospital. And what they're working towards is some funding, some state and federal funding to turn it into a behavioral health or maybe a youth behavioral health or drug addiction place, but they just don't want it vacant. So we do have our corners, not their office, but what do you call it, the morgue. It's currently housed there, so we may need to leave it there a little bit longer, but they just do not want that building vacated when we leave. So we're working hard so that it's not, somebody will be in there or remodeling it, so it's not taken over by.
It would be great. I know you got lots of things on the plate, but it might be great to write an article of facts and put it in a paper. And because there's a lot of people, wondering just whose jurisdiction it is and how it's gonna. Just food for thought anyway.
No, that would be probably a good thing, because I've heard that rumor more than once, that the county owns it and we don't.
Yeah. And then my second food for thought for you is in regards to traffic flow, where you have 10 Northeast or North Lake Way crossing 17. Is to run that road right now straight across to Hiawatha Road and put a small bridge over Rocky Ford Creek. I'd talked to Tom Dent, our representative, because he's on the transportation department in Olympia. But he told me that we need some push from the county to actually kind of stimulate the plan. And it's all relatively straight and flat across there to Hiawatha Road. And then that would drain all the truck traffic of the north part of the Moses Lake and all of the west going traffic, rather than to route it around Moses Lake or to run it through Moses Lake. So I don't know if the county engineers can put together a feasibility study to kind of lay it out and then get it to the people that, kind of lean on them like a friendly elephant to get them to do something about it.
We actually were working, when Sam Castro came on, that was one of his projects. He did work with the city of Moses Lake, Port of Moses Lake to get that crossing. We even had some land that would would have been, I guess, given to the county or the port so that we can make that happen. It's more money than what the state would allow because it would be federal dollars, it would be needed. And the cost to put a bridge in, it was just something that we wouldn't be able to maintain, or it would have to be a state highway. It could not be in our county road system because it would take every dollar that we have to maintain it and keep it going. So it's more of like a state project. So that's where we need the state to take over as a highway. And we are looking at a different route. We're working on Drumheller Road, some of these coming through here so that we would have access. So that it would be a little shorter. It would be, definitely crossing over here, but we would have some access, not going all the way through this lake. So we are working on, well, we have Dave Brin here from Public Works, kind of a affordable option. We can have him answer, give you some comments here in a minute.
Okay. I lived in Los Lakes in 75 and I always thought that would be a great spot to get across.
Well, I agree with you. I would love it.
And I don't know kind of who's the key, because Tom Dent told me, he said, well, we needed some push from the local to kind of get the state warmed up to the idea. And so I didn't know exactly, but anyway, I'm here to chit chat with you a little bit about it.
Well, thank you. Dave, do you want to comment on that? Are you familiar with
So the crossing there is actually a good location. You're talking about across McConaughey Flats and across to the top of Hiawatha. You notice that we're building out Drumheller right now, which is a phased plan in our 6-year plan. We have each year we're doing some work on Drumheller. Eventually there will be a roundabout at the Y, the state route Y, as well, where we'd key into. It's about 6 miles shorter than the Dotson route, but you're absolutely right. A bridge would be awesome, but it's $200 million. And if the county has to maintain it, our entire maintenance budget is $11 million.
Yeah.
So for us to maintain a $200 million bridge at $1 million a year, that is a lot. So Cindy said it perfectly. If the state took over the route, that would be awesome, because then we wouldn't be maintaining a bridge of that magnitude. And back in the old days, we could build earthen ramps on either side and then have a small bridge in the middle. Permitting wise, it may be very difficult to make that happen. So it's not a cheap cross. Everyone always says, oh, it's gonna be cheap. We'll just build earthen ramps and have a little bridge in the middle. No, it's 2,000 feet. So we are looking at it, and there is a 2009 plan that came out that showed all the different crossing potential, from Valley to Route 4. That's more expensive because the lake is even deeper there.
Right.
So where you're talking about crossing makes a lot of sense, because both sides are at the same elevation. We can go up and go right into the port. There's an existing public road or county road on either side. So it's the money. And it would take 20 years. Wenatchee, for their third bridge, they started 20 years ago and they just got the funding. And it was about $195 million. It'd be something like that. So I did actually talk to Tom about it. I talked to him about those things, and so I mean, we're always open to it, but we would like WashDOT to help us out and take over the bridge. If we lead it, great, but it's the long-term maintenance that's a lot of cost.
Yes, thank you, Dave, for your.
Yes, thank you, actually. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And we are building out Drumheller. So take a look at what we've done. This next year, actually right now, you can even drive all the way north-south on Drumheller. It's been 60-foot wide, cleared, 8.5 miles, rough graded side to side. We just finished up work last week. We're at the very end of the season. We're doing stuff. So next year, try driving it in the summer next year and see what you think of that route.
Okay.
Eventually, we'll get gravel on it and then change its classification to a collector, and then hopefully get a grant to pave it. That's our plan. Everything takes so long to do.
Well, I know it costs fully money.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway.
For the public comment, we appreciate that. So,
Yeah.
And Dave, thank you for being here and answering.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have any other callers online or on the phone?
We do have 2 call-in users. We have Jim M. I've allowed you to speak. Jim M., do you have any comments? And then we also have Cami. Cami, I've allowed you to talk. Do you have any comment? Okay, I would say no. That is it.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second. There's been a motion.
Wait, hold on. Is that you, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in
Thank
favor,
you.
say aye.
Aye.
The agenda has been approved. Looking for correspondence, emails, letters of support.
I reached out to Stacy Turner with the Washington State Department of Transportation, asking about the price of the parcels. Commissioners have said that you were.
I saw that, thank you.
She said the property will be sold for its fair market value, is available to purchase for $17,600.
And I think you did forward that to.
Yep, Dave was part of that.
We are interested. Public Works is interested.
What do you need me to
Uh,
do? Or is Public Works gonna handle it?
What would you like us to do on that transaction? Dave, do you want to continue working on it? Do you need to work through it with the commissioner's office?
That is a good question.
I don't know if it'll be solid waste or who's.
It would probably be it'd probably be road fund, but look, if it's gonna be solid waste dedicated to that project, yes. So it just depends. So
Okay.
I started talking to Andy about it today, and we would like to make that a discussion element for next week.
Okay, perfect.
And-
So
and then-
Caitlin, I would say that Dave has it in his hands and.
Do you want me to respond to that email that we got today?
Yes, please.
Would it be more comfortable to have me respond to it, to say that we are interested and we will coordinate with them?
Yes. Yep, sounds good.
I would appreciate,
You go
yes, we
right
can take
ahead.
it off of Caitlin's
You have so much going on.
to-do list. And then, you've done land acquisition and probably familiar with it.
Can do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Caitlin, for running that one down, and Dave for taking it over.
That was my one correspondence.
Royal Knights they made some records. I think they have 300 wins, so many state champions. So the Royal Knights football team usually send a letter to the school for the state. I don't know who else. Danny, did anybody in your district win state? Football or volleyball?
Oh, they lost in the semifinals up there in our area. So top four.
Rob, anybody in your district? Neither.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they lost out a couple weeks ago.
Well, wrestlers you'll have, whoever has Warden usually has to take place.
Our neighboring town just across in Lincoln County won 2 state championships. Wilbur Crescent girls won volleyball, Wilbur Crescent boys won football. So they had quite a year.
Impressive. And then I was gonna ask, do we want to send Christmas letters, Christmas cards we talk about this every year, to our friends over in Kupo and Japan?
I reached out twice to Gunpo to get who we need to send credit cards to. I have not received a response back, but I gave them ours.
Not send Christmas cards.
The same with, I did it last year as well, and they just don't seem to get those back.
Okay, thank you for checking, Barb. And a Christmas cards, not credit cards, I'm just verifying.
Correct.
They might want those credit cards. Okay, any other letters of support, et cetera? Okay, moving right along, Commissioners Roundtable discussion, miscellaneous discussion items.
I would like to discuss 4 and 5. I would actually like to pull them and put them into our board discussion decision items at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Both 4 and 5?
I'd like to remove them from the agenda and put them down in the discussion after our agenda. 4 and 5.
Okay, so you would like you do not want them voted on today?
We may vote on them in that in that area, but I just want to have a discussion on them, a good thorough discussion on them before we vote. So if you want to do it now, fine.
Okay. I just wanted to verify what you said. Any other roundtable items? I need to leave a little bit early today, but I can be online. I will leave right after this.
I do have some items for roundtable commissioners. There was some confusion yesterday about whether or not a commissioner had to be in attendance at your regular meetings. What was discovered with working with our code people online, I honestly did not recall the board making the decision to allow for full video access. So in March of 22, Kevin McCrae requested that we have one commissioner in attendance. But then in May of the same year, the board voted you wanted to be able to be full remote. So our code online does state that you can be full remote access now. So that was my confusion, and the website is up to date, but the ordinance that they placed at the top was the old one, not the new one. So we're getting that corrected. So yes, commissioners can participate fully remote. You just have to have a staff member in the room to open up the room so public can attend in person and virtually. So I wanted to clarify for that.
Thank you, Barb. We did have some discussion on that yesterday. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. And then also, Mandy, I've asked her to be there. We've got the year-end budget extension that we are preparing and getting ready to advertise. I emailed it to Danny. This is what Mandy has presented for the board to view. So you're looking at a total of $4.282 million into those funds, and she can explain where that is coming from.
Hey man, where are you finding the money here?
So your big player is county roads. 3.5 million is coming out of their money, which they have grants and it's almost all reimbursed to them. So, just to be clear, we're estimating the extension high so that at the actual day when we have a better idea, we can go lower if we need to, but that is available. INET forfeiture was over a little bit, 13,000 that can come from their fund balance. Same with jail concession, they have the money available in their fund balance. Economic enhancement has sufficient fund balance to cover its overage. I'm guessing the overage is not so much extra funds being spent, just that maybe projects weren't quite allocated correctly for that.
Well, on the 113, we don't know what is gonna be allocated, so that's why we kind of just guessed.
Gotcha. And the REIT admin, my understanding was nothing was budgeted to be used there at all. And then there were some expenditures related to Harris. And so we're going to have to do an extension for that. New Hope will come from their own fund balance. That's a high estimate. They're not quite sure. They have about 5% of their budget remaining, but we don't know if that'll quite get them through December. Dispute resolution, $1,000 over. I don't know exactly what happened there. But that has its own fund balance. And then the re-admin is the other side. It's Daryl's side of that and over by Tyler Payments as well.
Oh, okay.
Vessel registration can come out of its fund balance. I'm not sure why, the exact cause. We'll have better narratives at the actual hearing. And then current expense, we lumped them together. There's a couple, but I really don't think that we're gonna be over on current expense at all. But we have a couple departments that are going to be over. Elections is gonna be about 35,000 over. Human resources is gonna be about 75,000 over. Historical preservation, 135, we are over that about 3.3 thousand. I'm not sure if that was, did we allocate some of that to museum? or?
That was from the Megan Greger Consulting, switching us over to Laserfish.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So there's plenty of fund balance available within its, cause that's, I think we're gonna move that to special revenue fund eventually, hopefully soon. And then, of course, Harris, we were over 210,000 on the implementation cost for that. So those, we might have some facility and maintenance as well. We don't have an exact dollar amount on that, but that's why we estimated high for current expense and just kept it as current expense as this was budget expense. But you'll have much better detail when we come down to the hearing time as to the why for each dollar.
Okay, well, thank you. for that update. Okay, any other roundtable items?
Did you want to discuss the two, 4 and 5 now, or did we want to move them to the end?
We can discuss them now. We're moving down to the consent agenda items, we can discuss 4 and 5.
You know, we were going in and out a little bit. I was having some trouble with some, I don't know if this was during this part of the meeting, but this turn of events troubles me a little bit. When we're trying to come up with a, we're going to expend some funding on a destination marketing organization and promotion contract at, coming up with a 10-year sustainable tourism master plan. That's a lot of money. And it seems like when you get done with that, you're going to then want to hire a marketing manager to operate that. I'm trying to follow the process. I think that's the plan. But the whole issue of not taking the percentages, I forget what they're called, and raising the market retainer almost double is a struggle for me. It just it seems like prior it was kind of like, well, this is one of my gigs that I work on, and then when you go to 87,000, that means like this is the main gig. I'm like, I'd like to know where the other two commissioners are in this. I'm troubled by the big change in the suggested contract.
Yeah, I don't like this contract because before it was based on a percentage of marketing. Now it's just give me the salary I got before, and it's not based on amount of work.
I just forwarded you guys the email that we got from Rochelle where she sent over that little pamphlet, I don't remember what she called it, the contract overview 2024 versus 2025. But in that email also is a spreadsheet of the budget, or her budget. So her line amount wouldn't change, but she went through and made changes to the amount that she'll be spending on things. So there are a couple of advertising things that she took out, and tourism approved those changes also.
And I did reach out to somebody on the tourism board, the tourism advisory, just to ask them, and they were in agreement. They realized that in the contract, they took out the 15%, and that's pretty standard. They are still saving, feel like they're getting a much better company than what they previously had, and that was kind of the direction that the tourism advisory board wanted to go. They kind of wanted to change, so Cooley Creative is going down the path that they kind of had. You've been to the meetings, but it sounded like they're happy and they're in agreement with the $87,000 because most of them, they do take a commission. If we're not gonna take a commission, we need to make it up somehow.
Cindy, could you move your microphones closer to you, please?
Yeah, tourism, they are in favor of keeping it this way because typically they do pay 15%. Grant County Tourism has always paid 15%. on the, I don't know if you call it the platforms and the retainers. So they are very aware of that and they're happy with the direction that Cooley Creative has gone. But if you want to reach out to one of your representatives on tourism and have a discussion, we definitely can hold this for another week.
You brought some questions to my mind. Did the former contractor, this is a lot less though than the former contractor, is the committee happy with that? If this is a lower amount than we used to pay the other guy, are they figuring they're getting more for their more bang for their buck with this new contractor?
Should be.
I think they're happy. They did want to get rid of the previous contractor that they had. So they're very happy with the direction that they're going. They're trying to do more, I believe, I don't want to say like Instagram or social media. I mean,
They're doing
the
more
direction
digital.
they're going, yeah,
Part of the
digital.
grant.
So they're very happy and that is the direction that they're going.
I will say, just as somebody who watched the meeting, although the vote was unanimous, it did not seem like the entire committee was overly thrilled about the number she presented. There was one member that had asked if they wanted Rochelle to leave so they could speak freely, and they were outnumbered when it came to that decision, so Rochelle stayed in the room. And then they took the vote, and it was, like I said, it was a unanimous vote. But just as not as the clerk, just as a person watching, it did seem like they were not super thrilled about the number. Maybe they felt like they were just on a time crunch. I'm not sure.
It's hard to talk about somebody's salary when they're sitting in the room.
Yes, but again, it was a unanimous vote, so that was their recommendation.
Okay, we want to wait a week on those two, and I would recommend Danny reaching out. You should have some individuals in District 1 and reaching out to them.
Let me say this, that if both of you are in favor of it and you have reached out to some of them, I would go along with that. I just did have some consternation. So Rob, you're not in favor either of this, or what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it, but I understand that the advisory committee recommends it, so it's kind of a hard spot. But often, and this is probably bad on me, but a lot of times advisory groups recommend things I don't necessarily agree with. Maybe I have less or more information than them. This one's hard because it's more money for less work in comparison to last year.
Okay, Danny, I just want to clarify. I only reached out to one board member. I did not reach out. It sounded like it was a couple. It was only one in District 3. So I just had conversations with one member.
Okay.
But I think maybe we need to have more discussion.
I'm all right holding it and
Okay, let's
reaching
pull
out.
it and maybe visit with our advisory.
Are you wanting to hold both of them?
Yeah, we'll pull both of them, 4 and 5.
Well, I would pull number 4 and hold number 5. That would be my motion. I'm ready to make a motion on the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Danny, wouldn't we deny number 4 instead of pulling?
Yes, I think you're right.
Okay.
I would like to, thank you, Barb. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, except pull number 2, deny number 4, hold number 5, and pull number 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoever's taking minutes, we didn't get a second on that yet. Let's rephrase that. And not pay number 8 until January 1st, till after January 1st.
Can I read that back really quick? 'Cause I missed the whole area, I think. Poll number 2, deny 4, hold 5, not pay number 8 until January 1st. Did I miss one in there?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, thank you.
And are we holding number 5 for 1 week?
Yes.
1 week.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
Discussion. Just under discussion, Caitlin, would you make sure I get the phone numbers of the members in my district from the committee? Thank you. That's all my discussion.
Actually, Caitlin, if you could send that to kind of the tourism committee, and then I can follow up with more than one of my tourism members if I have more than one in District 3. And then Rob, give him a copy as well if he wants to reach out. Okay, so any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda has been approved.
Can I use your stamp?
You may stamp my name on all of the approved ones, Caitlin, and initial where I need to initial.
Okay, stamp away.
Yeah, stamp it.
Come down here, is that what you're going to do?
Oh, thank you.
Should get myself ordered, because I can't make my room filthy.
I click the tourism committee, it doesn't pull up any members.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not ready to take this chair and move it up there, because these chairs are way more comfortable than ours. Those chairs were here.
You gotta
before
hunt for it.
Before
You
2007.
need to add it in that spot.
Huh?
You need to add it in that
2007.
spot versus
The,
committees.
the way that it was set up was that the tourism
Okay, thank you for
committee's thing.
answering that question. Sometimes it's easier to just answer it instead of running people down.
This is request for SIP recommendations. I believe that one's a resolution. I think there's one more signature on there. The way that the tourism committee's thing was set up was so that when you clicked on their thing, it would just take them to, it would take the people to the committee's page, like the tour grant county thing.
But it didn't.
It didn't at all? Okay.
Took me to a page that said committees.
This, you're denying this one, that is the original contract. I'll look at it. Then this is, you're actually holding this one. Right, it's the approval of the invoice from.
I can't
BBC.
remember all that we're holding and.
There's little numbers at the top to remind me.
Oh, okay.
This is the invoices from Cooley Creative.
This is
You're
the one that we
abstaining
had.
on this one or denying on this one?
Oh, I meant to deny.
I still have to check the wrong file.
Hold on, because I put it in your name too. Okay, Cooley Creative. This is a prepayment, correct?
I do not want to say for surezies. At the committee meeting, there was at least 1 or 2 items on there that had not been paid yet. But whether or not
Well,
they've
some
been
of them
paid
is
now-
21,000. So maybe I have a whole lot of. JeffsCamera.com. Who's JeffsCamera.com?
It's a place that takes pictures and up there. That's something that's kind of hard. This has just like all Cooley City business people. It's not anyone else. Somebody pointed out to me
Contract
that
with Potts and Associates.
a lot of this stuff would be done for a lot less if it was shopped around at all.
Yes, there was heavy discussion about the video production proposal.
Yeah, Leo, when he presented to us, his drone footage and video and photos were probably the coolest I've ever seen.
It's the ARPA beneficiary agreement for Crossroads Resource Center. Who's Leo?
He came and presented
Oh, to the.
to us. and to Amanda a couple years ago.
Of a beneficiary agreement for Moses Lake School District. This is the DMO contract. These are LTAC grant agreements. And we have, I believe, 5 left. We need to get back. That reminds me, LTAC, everybody's appointments expire at the end of this year. Is that like a normal thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought they expired last year.
It looks like
This all one.
a lot of them did. There's, yes. And a bunch of contracts in there.
With the rate tourism going, they might all want to transfer over to LPAC.
The reimbursement request from the Housing Authority of Grant County. Reimbursement request from McKay Healthcare.
The holiday show.
Are you at the holiday show?
I've been to a couple of Daryl shows.
Did you wave at Daryl when he walked on the stage?
No, he noticed me.
Oh, I just want to put it out there too, that I asked Danny to wave at the camera for the Eastern Washington Council of Governments meeting, because I was watching and he did not wave.
Wow. It's a good
Reimbursement
thing he's
request
leaving.
from Renew.
Is he the chair?
No, he was just there.
Well, Richard one time made me go and he didn't tell me he was a chair.
I was afraid you'd become a groupie.
Oh,
I'm like, thanks, Richard, for letting me know next time I've got to conduct a meeting that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing.
there's a request from
He was
district.
probably watching the video.
The professional services agreement from Public Defense.
City council tonight, Dave.
Local agency agreement with the Washington State Department of Transportation.
There's chair signatures, yeah, I got 'em, 2.
I have two.
Don't you worry.
Did,
I rifled,
Almost $5 million.
he's like, he's
Big
not
project.
trusting me
I
to.
rifled through it and found,
Because this doesn't have a line, so I would have bypassed that one because there's no line.
I'm excited, Susan. That's our Bridge 247 there, moving forward.
Right there, Dave, I signed it.
the request to purchase the 10 meter boards.
Oh, and there's just one signature spot on it. There's an agreement.
Yeah, this is in my district, I've got to do this away from those times.
So it's the one for 1 second.
Right here.
Are you feeling any better, Danny?
Not much today, though I actually have a little bit of a voice and I got part way to work today and I can't, oh, this is stupid.
Yeah, don't come get us sick.
I was down to Heartline and was feeling not very good and I was, I'm going home.
amendment to the MOU renew.
And we already have enough people sick in our office. We do not need more.
Sure hope I didn't get you sick.
Thank you,
Yeah, you're a trooper.
Statement of work with CDI.
Sharing the love.
I've been sick twice since having COVID. And they were knocked me down. Cold.
Knock you down, come into work.
I think I'm gonna work.
I feel like there was a signature in there somewhere. Okay. Hold that. Oh, this is service change form, Qualifax. I could be wrong.
I was looking for a line. See, I just perused through there quickly. You should never trust the commission. We have no idea what we're doing. True.
Is that 3%?
Purchase order 1005 to Momentum. I guess that's that, right?
Is that software?
No, yes. Purchase order 1006 for Harris Government. There's a signature in that one also.
That one's software.
There's actually a signature on all of these.
Tax sifter.
Tax sifter.
That's Audimentum.
Sure. Yeah, Aumentum, tax sifter. Purchase order 1007 to Harris Government.
Is that maintenance?
How, I don't know. I'm reading the first three words.
Harris is the
treasurer.
treasurer's office between the treasurer and the assessor. Oh, like maintenance for the software, because I'm like, no, I'm thinking like maintenance.
Yeah, it's the annual maintenance.
This is purchase order 1004 to TeamViewer for annual software renewal.
So are those gonna be paid in December?
That's
Okay,
a great question for Vanessa. She's the one that pays these ones, and then they just invoice the department that.
It looks like they're gonna pay them in December.
But you can hold them.
Purchase order 1003 to
You can do whatever you
Granicus.
want. They can get lost in your office for what do they do? They can get lost in your office. They can either get lost in your office or lost in the mail until January.
Purchase order to Granicus for annual renewal of software.
Because if it is a 20,
They're due December 16th,
Well, I don't know if.
November 1st, invoice date
so they're probably due soon.
16th.
Due date, December 2nd. Oh, no, that's a date.
It's date.
Net 30, so January 2nd. Redaction license, $17,000. Okay, that is it.
That's it. You done?
I think so.
Okay.
I think we are done. Mandy? We're done.
You want to adjourn?
Yeah,
We are
what
in
time?
recess until 3 o'clock. We meet with Dale Anderson.
Oh,
We'll just say Dale
Didn't
Anderson.
see that one.
But it's just Dale Anderson.
Part of the family.
A little tiger snooze here. I am tired. Never heard of a tiger snooze yet? Now you have to do tiger snooze.
They just call that, do they just say that here because the tigers are afraid of
No,
thing?
no, my little grandson who is 2 or 3 said, I gotta go take a tiger snooze, and I'm like, a what?
It's cute when it's.
And he said a
They
tiger
approved it
snooze.
in
I'm
hearing,
like,
and we're scheduled for December
Tiger snooze.
31st. So we haven't notified at 3.5 million, but come that day, they can go last. They can go higher.
Robert, we off? form, can you print the,
Standard. Danny, will you email me the review
oh, I have
form?
it, just a minute, I have it.
Wait, I might have found it too.
I just need the,
I got it.
I need Dell's,
I'll print them.
I have it, I just can't print it. It is
Do you
perform.
need anything from me?
No, thanks,
Just a little good
Decorah.
luck.
Thank you, I will keep you informed of that tomorrow.
Hey, can you print two, cause I have one here.
Where do you guys want me?
Manual. You want yourself?
You may be seated, young man.
Self-evaluation that I cannot.
Basically, he was like, I'm there was only one thing in the self-evaluation I didn't like.
Quest for Excellence Conference. That's the, where I'm gonna graduate from the fellowship. That's a conference you can go to, where it's several.
Okay, I mean, it just looks like, what? You need opportunity to go just, you fly on the wall and just go, and I'm like.
I'll check,
probably-
I'll check it out and see
Okay.
what possibilities are out there.
Executive. Cause I've been very, very impressed with the training, I need to keep it moving, keep it. Well, I was just looking, like dress for success, when people are dressed, it's little things that make a difference.
Yanni's on.
Jenny's online.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm watching you closely.
Okay, so it is 3:00. We have 30 minutes, so we are going to go into executive session for an employee review. RCW 4231.10(1)(g).
Shoot a little shorter.
We can do one, how short?
I don't know,
One.
Swahili had like 14 minutes
Okay,
left.
so we'll go to, from 3:02 to 3:20.
Caitlin, will you move up? That's how the request was.
I thought it was a little
No, it was
excessive.
too much. So let's just start there. Other than that though, he's at above that
Yeah.
by quite a
that
bit,
one
so. I mean, I would just, last time you came to us, you looked at comparables to what you were doing in the other agencies. I would just say continue to do that.
Right.
I mean, if you
If you were to bring those forward, bring them to us.
if you think there's something, then
Kind of, when you open that can of worms, you're like, oh, shoot,
Oh, yeah,
don't steal Dell, we'll get it squared away.
I appreciate it. I appreciate looking into that and I can pull comps.
Well, and I know there's been a big increase with, like area aging, I think in the health district, everybody, the nurses have gotten a decent increase, through COVID
Yeah.
and there's definitely been a hike. But I don't know if we've been keeping up with the hike that needs to happen. I'll give you a copy here, Dell.
you'll miss the dysfunction if you left the county.
Yeah. I don't have any plan to leave the county.
I know. Do you have any?
I didn't hear you.
One thing we didn't address was, or Rob was wondering if we could get a presentation from you and your senior leadership team about the 3 to 5 year strategic plan that you're developing.
Oh, that's right, you
Yes.
can present.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, in your notes, it was kind of talking about what you've been working on, which a couple of them I was confused, because I thought rebranding was last year.
Apparently I put a couple.
Oh, no, I was just trying
Yeah, that's
to,
true.
yours didn't print out the pictures.
Oh.
But I,
Is that why we had a hard time?
yeah, you
Okay.
have some blanks in there. Cause I had some pictures in there, but anyhow, what was the question again?
Oh, I was just,
Oh.
we aren't in executive session
No,
anymore.
all I was just trying to show is looking back over 5 years, what
Okay.
have we accomplished? And that list are some of the accomplishments over 5 years.
You had the 3 to 5 year strategic planning though, and it would be nice to just kind
We
of
can do
get the
that.
presentation,
Yeah.
see some of your other staff
That'd be great.
come in.
We can do it.
Thank you.
That's why I did the paper, the flatbed instead of that.
Dal, thank you very much for your work for the county.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Is this the one that I signed?
You can, no, I've already, oh shoot, right here.
Where's the color one?
Right here. Here's your copy. Here's your copy. The sign, then if you sign, flip it over and if you sign that one.
Anything, your heart desire.
And I will run this to HR.
Will you recess us?
We're in recess until 3:30.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, December 10th at 3:30 p.m. and we are here for an open record public hearing and request for Grant County Public Works to adopt their annual engineering services fees policy. To give us an overview, we have County Engineer Dave Brand.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. So we have an update, and this would be effective January 2025, January 1st, 2025. Some of the major changes are we've broken the fees up into the 4 areas, and you can see this on the Public Works website as well. So there is roadway permit fees, which is page 3. Those are things like approach permits and right-of-way permits when a contractor wants to work in the right-of-way. Roadway permits are things that we can handle administratively. The second area is roadway petitions. Roadway petitions include things like franchise agreements. We've made some increases there to provide for the recording for the board as well. There's a portion of franchise agreements that the board has to record, and now we have enough to do that. In addition, the right-of-way vacation fees are in there. Those are the same as last year. But we've broken it up into 4 areas. So we have roadway permits, roadway petitions, building permits. This is when we help out the building services department. We work with them. Any grading that's outside the building envelope, Public Works handles. Any stormwater on a site outside of the building becomes a Public Works matter, and that's in our code. So that's the third area, is building permits. And then the fourth area is land development. So this includes surveying, plat maps, and engineering for major developments. So that, yes, stormwater, grading, road plans, traffic studies, construction inspection. So major development is an area that we support the planning department greatly. So what we've done is we've taken our policy from last year and we integrated it with the planning and building services department to work better with them. In addition, we have now assigned a staff member to go over there once a week. So Zach, for next year, for example, will be going over there once a week to work with the planning departments and the building services department for the land development fees portion and the building permits portion. In the past, the building services hasn't been able to do this. They don't have in-house engineering. And the planning department has only had us look over the plat, the survey drawings, and the engineering drawings. They did not have the in-house ability to do that. So now we are doing what our code says we're supposed to do completely, and we're providing some funding to make that happen. Basically, the developers that are doing these major plats will pay for the review fees, which is built into planning and building services already. So this represents a major improvement over what we were doing in the past, and it supports planning and building services directly now for things that they just didn't have they don't have the engineering in-house. So we're doing that with them. And by the way, the code for 20 years now has said that Public Works was supposed to do that. So that this is a good improvement. So what you're seeing also is all the permits are now online. So thanks to Zach, actually. Zach made it possible so that all the Public Works permitting is now on SmartGov. In addition, we will be able to do everything that you're seeing here in the engineering services. All of that will be done through SmartGov now. We can still take things the old-fashioned way over the counter, but it can all be done digitally 24/7. The developers can now apply for permits, can submit drawings and plans 24/7. It is a radical improvement in just a few years, and actually a big chunk of this is, I want to say thank you to Zach to making the SmartGov work for Public Works. So excellent work. So that gives you an idea. It is actually a major improvement. The fees have gone up a little bit, but not too much. We are still well below Kittitas County, right next to us. We're 25 to 50%, depends on which permit. So we're half or even a quarter of Kittitas County fees if you look that up. So, but we are now collecting enough fees to be able to pay for the staff member to do this support. that is a full update on that.
Well, thank you, Zach, for updating us digitally. Dave, what are the standout fee increases that we should be aware of that we could receive calls about potentially?
Yes. Good question. The building permit fees are the same as they were last year, so that's the third section. Land development, the last section, also on page 6, land development, the developers are used to paying for plat map, like short plats and long plats. They're used to paying for the review of the survey, but they haven't been paying for the review of the engineering in the past. So some of them will, but if they go to any other agency, that's normal to pay for the engineering as well as the surveying. So really, the citizens have been paying for that service up until now. So I imagine some of the developers, we will talk to them and we'll let them know the purpose of that.
And that's the $500
That
amount?
is the $500. However, if we don't use that all, we reimburse it. So notice that's built into it. So it says a $500 SmartGov review deposit, so online, could be done with a credit card, is for the first 10 hours of staff review is required to start. Development review rates are $50 an hour after initial deposit is utilized. Unused deposit amounts shall be refunded. So it is our intent, and it would always refund back to whoever it is that paid. Sometimes it's the engineering company that pays for it and they bill it back somehow, I don't know. But whoever paid for it, we will, and on the permit, we'll send whatever's unused back to them. But it is a deposit process, if you will. Yes, I think that, and if we look at the very first section, just the permit fees, I think the approach permit would probably be the biggest one.
Previously, that was free?
Oh, actually, it's been $50.
Okay.
And we do about 400 a year, maybe?
Over 400 a year.
Dave, I don't know if we've explained how we're increasing the commissioner's part of the franchise fee.
Page 4, roadway petition fees, which includes a franchise agreement. So yes, notice that if someone is doing a franchise agreement with us, they have 2 checks they have to write. They have to write one to Public Works to do the process, but they also have to write one to the Board of Commissioners because the Board of Commissioners records it. And we haven't been collecting enough to provide for the recording. So we've actually been.
And the advertising as well.
Exactly, the advertising, the hearing process, exactly. So now we'll actually collect enough so that we're not stealing out of the board's kitty. So that's on page 4, section 3, roadway petition fees. The right-of-way vacation fees stay the same. Notice for the right-of-way vacation fees, the unused deposit amount shall be refunded now. In the past, that wasn't. It was just $1,500 no matter what, and if we didn't use it, didn't matter. So starting January 1st, so that's actually a potential to go down right there. In fact, I had someone call me this last year, finished the vacation, asking if they would get any unused back, and that wasn't our policy yet, but this revises that. That is it. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
I have a question. The resolution that was listed was the resolution for a hearing. Do we have a resolution, Barb, for this one, or is this just a vote to approve the request or not?
Yes, there is an actual resolution, it just doesn't have the notice of hearing on there.
And it does have the notice of hearing on there?
It does not have the notice of hearing on there.
Okay, yeah, because the resolution I saw that was on your screen was resolved by just panel for hearing. So I was wondering if we had the actual one. That's the only question I really have. I'm in favor of passing this request.
Yes, sir, we do have the formal resolution adopting the policy.
Any other questions? We will open up the public comment portion of this hearing then. There are no guests in the room. We do have one caller online.
Okay, I'm going to unmute Cami. Cami, do you have any comments for this public hearing? Cami, do you have any comments? Okay, no.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Public comment portion has been closed.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested annual update of the Public Works Engineering Services fee policy for 2020.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. And we have approved the request from Grant County Public Works to adopt their engineering services fees policy. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Cindy, Danny, just to confirm, I have authorization to stamp your signatures.
Yes, you have my permission.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We will recess until 3:50 p.m. when we are back for our fairgrounds surplus hearing. Are you ready?
Yes.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, December 10th, 3:50 p.m. and we are here for an open record public hearing for fairgrounds declare surplus miscellaneous items. We have Jim McKiernan with us on video to give us a rundown of the inventory he is requesting to surplus.
All right, thank you. I am surplusing, and notice there was a change. We actually opted to surplus a different tractor than on the initial request. So we're surplusing a Case 1190 tractor with 3,527 hours. It's an 80 to 83. We're not quite sure of the year. We're requesting to surplus a 2012 Kawasaki Mule with 1,661 hours on it. It's a 600. And also surplusing a 2002 F-150 pickup with unknown mileage. And we would like to surplus these on govdeals.com.
Jim, would you restate the model of tractor you are keeping and the one you're surplusing?
Yeah, we're keeping the Massey Ferguson 383, inventory 101453, and surplusing the Case 1190, inventory 101442.
All right, commissioners, any questions for Jim?
I don't have any questions.
I just want to make sure that the one that was surplused, that we did advertise, it was on the surplus list to be advertised.
Yes, it actually through consent and the board approved it on November 27th.
Okay, thank you for verifying.
Okay, we will open the public comment portion of this hearing. I don't have any attendees in the room and I do not see any online.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public comment portion of this hearing.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Public comment portion has been closed. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the surplusing of 3 items in the fairgrounds inventory: the Case 1190 tractor, or the 1190, the 2002 F-150, and the 2012 Kawasaki Mule.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes to allow the fairgrounds to surplus the equipment as listed by Commissioner Stone. Thank you. This concludes our public hearing and we will now go into recess.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.